following program is sponsored in part by To a Woman's Heart. The thoughts and views expressed by the following production don't necessarily reflect those of the network or any sponsors. Rainbow Room Publishing Live, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Love from Behind, the new release by Eddie Pierce, available at rainbowroompublishing.com.
All right. So some of those transitions was just too sloppy for me, so I'm gonna clean those up. And I'm talking about me, not you. It'll be tightened up later. But awesome job, sir. Awesome job. And actually, if you give me 1 second, hey, babe, I'm done with the important recording, so you can do whatever you got to do. Okay, well, we didn't ask you to sing, but thank you. We got the confident musician right here. But yeah, brother, I mean, awesome job, brother. Awesome. I so appreciate the opportunity. And, I don't take it lightly. I mean, I understand that, yeah, people are paying or whatever. But for me, it's, me being able to impact, your career and your art. And, of course, there's always that possibility of it being for good or for ill. And in my case, I'm always going to do my best on your behalf. But you've given me more than enough to work with as far as the books. I can't wait for you to read the review. I think you're going to love it. You're going to gag on the first line. And this is going to shape up to be really good when I get it edited down.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. All right. And then let's see, a couple things as far as the debrief goes. So my aim, in my opinion, honestly, if we're going to still call it the Pride Edition, I got to get the interview out by Friday. So look forward to, well, actually, when we're done with this, you should see when we, I think it's when I hit end broadcast, and I think when you hit leave studio, you should see some sort of pop-up that will give you the option to download all of this. It's totally optional, but then also from there, like I said, then I'll be able to kind of play with some stuff behind the scenes that will let me see it on YouTube as an unlisted video that nobody else can see. And then I'll shoot you that link. So even if you don't get the recording, you'll have all of the raw, just in case you want to check that out. I'm pretty sure that I will have at the very least I already have one promo that's almost done. Which is kind of real short. Actually, I think I got an example of it here somewhere that I can show really quickly. It looks kind of like this.
Coming soon, the Rainbow Room Publishing Summer Reading List.
It looks something like that, but it'll show me holding the book, and it'll be on the top of the say something like the Pride Edition, and then it'll end with introducing you. And actually probably will drop tomorrow. And I'll give you a copy of that. Before then, it'll probably be in the evening sometime tomorrow. And I'm always thinking East Coast time. It just lets me catch a lot of people. So more than likely it will drop like 5-ish, so that it'll be up 6-ish your time. But it's a really quick, like 30-second thing. And it'll pretty much explain that the video will be up to view, and it'll be, well, it'll actually be two things. It'll be broadcast using this setup. So that lets me drop it on all of the social medias that I can. Still learning how they do this. You got to do something funky to get to Instagram and to TikTok. But usually what I do is I chop up different pieces of it and I put it on all those different places. I tag you every place that I can tag you. Let me see. Yeah, so it'll be probably 2 to 3 clips out of the interview. And that'll be also a combination of like where we might have some behind the scenes, like some of this conversation, maybe a behind the scenes thing that I use. Any place where I made an error or something that I find to be funny and think will catch the folks' attention, that's like the blooper reel. So yeah, at least outside of the full interview itself, the edited version, there should be at least 2 to 3 kind of promo things. All of them, for the most part, will be designed where you can use it perpetually.
Okay.
Until, for whatever reason, you maybe change your hair or something. I don't know. But ideally, I designed it so that you can use it as long as possible. And then, like I said, the other thing was that I'd get the review to you, the first draft of that sometime tomorrow at the latest. Because like I said, I'm almost done. I just want to put one more little paragraph in there. And I dressed it up too. If you saw the example that I sent before, I like to dress it up with the images of the books, kind of like a subliminal message that the books are the background image, but really, really faded, really transparent, so that they can see the words of the actual review. So my idea right now that I'm playing with is stacking all 3 of the front covers into one kind of rectangular thing, and then the reviews like a 2-page spread that goes on top of that. Okay. Mercy. I think that is it. But of course, we got the emails. And like I said, again, I apologize for jumping onto the text, because sometimes it's like, I got to get this answer quicker than waiting for somebody with the email. But as always, as questions and things come up, we got the emails. I prefer the emails just because I can look up when I'm working maybe at 2 or 3 in the morning and be like, okay, what did we say? And I ain't got to call you or text you at 2 or 3 in the morning. I can go into the Google Mail and just keyword search EPK. When did we talk about the press kit? Okay, that's it. That's the other piece. I'm working on the press kit. And I'm trying to remember if there was anything. I had to go back through the emails because I think I did ask for something else. And I love the idea. This is the way that I want to use your other picture. So you saw how I used the one picture. I think you're in like a bronze or a brown in the bio. Also with that, I'm going to add a clickable link to this video.
Okay.
So when you send that out, it'll just be out there. Wherever you can gather up reviews or interviews, even if it's just a link, I would like to get those. My plan was to use the other picture where you're in like a turquoise. What I've done with someone else where I just made, and I did it for myself, but I didn't do it as pretty. I got to go back and think about it. But I like the idea of using that as a background page and having all your reviews listed, even if it's just a blurb from each one. So you'll have a page of your reviews that go in that press kit. And ideally clickable links that get people right there. So as they want to interview you, as they want to read the books or contact you, they click and boom, they're right there from looking at a PDF document. Kind of.
Holy water, sprinkle me, man, sprinkle me, man, sprinkle me, man, sprinkle me, man, big timer, big time. Holy water, sprinkle me, man, sprinkle me, man, sprinkle me, man. Lace them for me, sugar.
Here comes the top notch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Here I be. Clicked out me, sugar tea from the beat. I'm quick to smile. Always down for the job. You ain't got a strap as a gang of shots. Ooh, ooh, ooh. While I'm fool. Say your moan mail as I smile through your hood. Straight shake it all. You busters and busterettes trying to claim fame off my sharp rep.
Sharp reputation.
Why must I be so tight? Most folks tell me, sugar, you ain't right.
sugar, sugar.
Yeah, that's
Sugar,
me.
sugar. Just my
This is Eddie. I try to tell myself, but you can see it in my eyes. So don't deny, I can't go no one else. The secret is just in your eyes. The limit is love. Why does it feel this way? Why does she stay on my mind? The limit is love. Why does it hurt so bad? Makes me feel so sad inside. It is love. I'm gonna fall in love, but I know that. I can't describe this feeling. Why does she stay on my mind? Why does it feel so bad? Makes me feel so sad inside. Why does she stay on my mind? Why does it feel so bad? Makes me feel so sad inside. All right. Y'all make some noise for Ellie. Let's take it back again.
Your life as my wife, just think for left, make fat exit all mix. Bracelets to match, conversation was all that. Showed you the safe combinations and all that. Guess you can say you's the one I trusted. Who would ever think that you would spread like mustard? Got hot, you sent feds to my spot. Took me to court, tried to take all I got. Another intricate plot. Look, said I raped her. Damn, why she
Rhyme also reflects my experience of which a lot of us have had, unfortunately, where you are in that very homophobic environment, that toxic, the only way to put it, toxic environment. And so Saran kind of reflects what the process that I went through of learning that my relationship to God is just that, my relationship to God, a very, very personal thing. No one can inform me of that other than He and I. And as I would, get away from tradition, get away from everything the pastor or the deacon says is law, and God and I have these conversations quite literally. I have those experiences where it's an almost, I'm not crazy, don't send me to the psych ward, but an almost audible conversation with God. And in my different experiences, I have quite literally seen, I can go back to even my high school days. Very short story. I was almost like a Paul vision where he's caught up in the seven heavens or whatever. And I am seeing from a heavenly perspective in this big, I'm very visual, very big, giant hand. And I can tell I'm up. If you can remember, like all my children, when they would do the dream sequences and all that, and the screen is kind of cloudy around, So I'm seeing like the cloudiness, and I'm seeing this finger pointing down at me in high school, like a Barbie dream house. You take the roof off, and you can see little Eddie. I can see the outfit down to what I was wearing, and I quite literally heard a voice say, "That is my son." And that was like the foundation for me to be able to go back and say, well, the church says that being gay is wrong. I feel that it's wrong. The things that I hear my family say, not even to this day, they still say they don't believe that they knew I was gay. I don't know. But them saying that gay is wrong. And I would always, the only reason I think there was a conflict was because somewhere in there, my spirit knew that this is not right. This can't be right. I can't be here. You can't be this God of love and all of this. You can't be this God who has certain expectations of us and then set us up for failure. If gay is wrong, how can you be the creator who made me gay? Doesn't work for me. The more we had that conversation, the more I would have more of those kind of experiences where I looked up and said, okay, stop keeping your sexuality and your spirituality separate. They're not separate. It's a God-given gift. And granted, we will look at how we use our sex drive in different ways, but if you think about it from an anthropological standpoint, that's why we're still here, because we're still popping out babies because we had that sex drive. We even look at the idea that men, especially when we think about it from a dating perspective and thinking more so on the hetero side, but men will go to work, they will go to school, they will buy the best house, buy the best car to get that woman. It's their sexuality, it's their gift, it's one of the ways they function. And so how can this creator give me that and gives me flawed when he's supposed to be perfect and expects me to be perfect? So we went through the whole process, and somewhere in there, to be honest, I progressively got to away from a church that was totally homophobic to an experience while still here in Chicago with a still predominantly straight church. Where the pastor and I actually got to be very close because I gave her my first book, and she said, "Thank you for explaining to me what it feels like to be a gay person in this church." Then I moved across the country to Dallas, and I'm quite literally in a LGBTQ affirming church where from the pastor and his partner on down, everybody is gay or lesbian, and you got some straight people in there and everything. So, I got to a place of self-acceptance, and somewhere in there, I saw what God just led me to, where I can go and worship completely and be who I am and acknowledge all those aspects, myself. Sorry, I went to preach, but it's an important topic for me. I just want that healing for everybody.
So then I wonder then what is next as an expression of all of that for us as a community?
I guess my thing is just the way I approach my writing. I'm constantly thinking, I'm writing from a very specific perspective of a Black gay man. But I'm always trying to think of, well, what is the commonality? What is our common experience? If I'm going to sell this book, and let's be fair, all of us that are trying to sell books, we're trying to sell as many of them as we possibly can, despite, our altruistic efforts and the messages and everything we want to get out. And so I'm constantly thinking, well, what will make a straight person want to read this? What will make a white person want to read this? What can they relate to in the story? They can relate to love. They can relate to loss. They can relate to needing divine self-acceptance. and that sort of thing. And so I feel that this idea that the more of us that can reconcile that for ourselves, I feel that we can get to a place where we have that one less division, as far as, oh, all gays are, going to hell kind of thing, or whatever. We can possibly have these places of worship or these other places even outside of, in the secular world, where we can interact as human beings and get off of these labels. At the end of the day, yeah, it's fine for you to be gay and you to be gay. That don't mean we going to end up in the same bed. You take it to the level of you're gay and you're straight, just because you're a man and you're cute or whatever, that don't necessarily mean I'm after you. Kind of thing. So I feel like if we can, especially I feel like religion, unfortunately, especially religion, not spirituality, has been a convenient way to keep people down for the longest. It has been, you think about it with slavery, but even when you look at with homophobia, it's very cute for a person who goes to church every Sunday to say that I don't like you because you're gay because my Bible, my pastor, my God says so, kind of thing. When we get to a place where all have our own relationship with God, I still read my Bible, I still love God, I still look at it, and I look at where it even says that shows thyself approved. You're not supposed to be waiting for the pastor to tell you, what. So if you're getting into that word, if you're getting into that relationship with God, you can reconcile your own sexuality. You and your straight brother, your gay sister, your trans brother, sister, we can all exist as human beings. And I think that for me, optimism is very new to me. I think that is the ultimate next step, where we can at least bring that wall down. So I'll try to keep pushing it out in the stories.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you very much. And I want to really thank Eddie for coming back home to Chicago. And I want everyone to give him a round of applause because today's his birthday.
Published work Love, Something Infinite, back in 2011. And then his second novel was Love from Behind. And followed a third. It's fine. It's fine. No time for moderation. And the third installment is Love Changes, which will be coming out. And he's a native of Chicago, Illinois, and considering a run for mayor. Welcome.
Every time I hear an intro like that, I'm like, bitch, this sounds amazing. Oh, that's me. But I'm getting the end of the story. So my story begins as a 6-year-old boy who read fairy tales, mythology, and folklore from the Childcraft Encyclopedia set. I'm dating myself, but 78 was a great year. The Bible stories of Daniel were also a favorite as I was raised Christian. That makes a difference. And as a gay man in the making, you probably know where the story is going, but let's not jump ahead. I also read my uncle's unintended X-Men comics and a few other up-and-coming Marvel titles. But Aurora Monroe, the storm bringing, wind-riding mistress of the elements, was and remains my spirit animal. Being a kid and being very visual, I was also big into cartoons. My fandom was the Marvel phrase, huge, folks, huge. He-Man and She-Ra's secrets were fabulous. The trials of the Thundercats were amazing, and the steel-plated nerves of the Silverhawks were amazing. The Smurfs were the smurfiest the Care Bears there could be beat. Rainbow Bright and My Little Pony chased the clouds away. The Transformers and GoBots were, well, to borrow another phrase, transformational. G.I. Joe, Scarlet, and Lady J were fierce. And Gerald and Vincent, Jim and the Holograms were truly, truly, truly outrageous. Yeah, we know where this story is going, but let's not jump ahead. For the most part, it was animated and had a hot mega mix music track, something like a little She-Ra, She-Ra. I was there for it after school and all Saturday morning. I was an addict, Filmation, Hanna-Barbera, and Disney were my pushers. By the age of 10, I was so drawn to storytelling in all of its forms, but that wasn't enough. I always found a flaw. The heroes didn't do enough for me in those 22 minutes. The villains aren't cunning enough. So I found myself writing my own stories, but I didn't start with pen didn't pay for. Instead, I would go out the corner of the bedroom I shared with my brother, who was 5 at the time, and act out the stories. Not the posable action figures, nor the Thundercats Lair playset, or even the 2 intricate Lego castles. The latter weren't to be played with, despite how many times my brother got into my stuff. No, I played with random loose buttons and other shiny brown discarded bits of colorful plastic. I say weird. 2 or 3 buttons and my initially audible made-up voices breathed life into individual magical characters whose movements across the hardwood floor, my first storyboard, were holding my own and, of course, depended on my own hands, unlike their countless, often battery-operated Mattel counterparts. Yes, I was a queer kid, but let's not jump ahead. My family no doubt thought it odd, but never to my recollection made me feel weird about it. I guess it was just one of those things I outgrew as my exposure to books continued. So in time, I abandoned my less than conventional methods and began short 1 to 5 page scribble rip-offs, fan fiction, with very basic storylines, a lot of action, very little dialogue or description, and crude Crayola-colored pencil illustrations, all on college rule paper, y'all remember that. Also served as front and back book covers. How were they bound? I'm glad somebody asked. I used everything from Elmer's glue and paste, and sometimes even resorted to 3 twist ties to fill in those 3 perfectly measured and machine-cut holes. Yes, the green things know hold everything together, including loaves of bread and trash bags. It was all very sophisticated. Hold on to those stories, sugar, Grandma would repeatedly say. They're going to make us rich someday. I got that first part of the equation down as I just reviewed those childhood masterpieces in the garage this year. Still working on that making us rich part, Grandma, but look at me, getting ahead of the story again. While Grandma's repeated refrain had planted a seed, the idea of writing creatively as a profession would even break the surface of my consciousness for at least another 20 to 25 years. And yes, I dated myself again, but it was great to be almost 40, so I'm focused. Having figured out the basics of Penguin's secret sauce and Random House's bookmaking recipe, 13-year-old Eddie began to challenge himself by writing longer pieces. The result, 100-some-odd page, space-age science fiction novel featuring the 9 planets of the Milky Way. If only I knew Pluto's fate back then. And while I'm on the subject, can we please make Pluto a planet again? The Disney dog pants. Goofy has pants. They're both dogs. They're all planets. Pluto's getting shafted. Yes, it's a wild tangent. I'm still upset, but I digress. The handwritten story would be typed on a PC, which would subsequently crash, crushing my resolve, and the story be abandoned for a Fox Kids X-Men cartoon-inspired comic book series that I would have tell you about. And still, in word for word, retelling of the spacefaring adventure on a road trip during college inspired me to type it again. Yes, I can hold a meeting grudge. See my aforementioned comments about Pluto. I'm still upset. It's a Scorpio trait. Don't judge me, just cry for me. You know, in the medium between high school and subsequently college age was being force-fed early American and British literature, but treated to Zora Neale Hurston, Octavia Butler, James Baldwin, and Richard Wright while devouring the Chronicles of Narnia, I know y'all saw the movies, but they books, and exploring Valdemar and Mercedes Lady's Wake. The maps at the beginning of those last 2 and the intricate plots of my growing personal literary, visual, and animated canon were amazing as they led me away from deep, dark valleys of chronic depression and what would later produce 3 suicide attempts. But look who's still here. Reading, exposing myself to stories, and the act of writing evolved from a means of entertainment and distraction into healthy coping mechanisms and a means of examining a life that would later include an HIV-positive diagnosis, all from the same distance. The conflicts, rising action, and resolutions in these stories have provided needed positive perspective in relation to my own ups and downs, including, but not limited to, a passionate 7-year roller coaster romance with a certain sexy saxophone soul serenade. the essential reconciliation of my sexuality and spirituality, and discovering that the long lost love I had been searching from above and all around has first been recognized, embraced, and fortified from within. Then, from that inexhaustible fountain, the same love could and would be shared infinitely. Catch that. Catch me by surprise from behind and endure countless life and love changes. Club, shameless club, got it all in. The lifelong friendships forged with characters who would soon be joined by Raven Tyler and Basil of the late great Elaine Harris's Invisible Life series, as well as Pookie and Little Bit from the best-selling author James Earl Harvey Jr.'s B-Boy Blue series, more than distracted from crippling internalized homophobia. They would usher Eddie Saran Pierce Jr. and a growing cast of characters into a self-affirming life, not only as a three-time and counting self-published writer, but perhaps more importantly, they introduced me and the world to the occasionally loud, always black and proud, eternally God in Christ love, same gender loving, Rainbow Room Publishing, catch that plug in your right hand, gay as hell gold card member carrying, outspoken storyteller that I am today. Catch that plug in your left hand. Man, I would love to go on to regale you with tales of the hundreds of awards won, authors published, book adaptations filmed, countless lives enriched, the meetings prophesied and made. I'm dying to amuse you with my overseas antics and international shenanigans. Haven't got over there yet, but I got a passport. I dream of spilling the tea with hot and steamy love stories about my third love / first husband / literal life partner. I can't wait to amuse you with gut-busting anecdotes about my first son, my Zion, and the era of my empire. Or even just to amuse you to inspire you by having been honored for my 10th outspoken appearance. But I think you guys know the line by now. Say it with me, folks. That would be getting the end of the story. Boom. Welcome to From a Black Perspective, the virtual reading and release events, which will feature a reading and a Q&A panel from our amazing Q&A panel from our amazing panel. Look at that. Today we have with us Miss Senya Haynes, Mr. Darnell Bonaparte, Mr. Ken Compton. Thank you guys for being with us. You guys are going to hear from them in a second. But before we move forward, I wanted to make a quick thank you to a brand that has done a lot for me, Team She Brand. You see the website down there. That's where I got the amazing shirt. Look at God. It just fits right in because what? We are the authors of the blood. And it was the blood for me. Jesus. All right. So there you have it. That is, without all these disclaimers, there we are. Now, how the order of the event is going to go, we are basically going to do, each of us are going to take turns doing a reading. I am playing the part of Russell Simmons today. So I'm going to do my part. I'm going to get out the way and bring out the stars that I want you guys to see more importantly. So as you know, my name once again, Eddie Pierce. I am the founder and the publisher with Rainbow Room Publishing, which published the amazing work that you're about to hear today. Hopefully you've already bought it. If not, check out the captions. I got the website up where you still get it. And you can also get it from any of the individual authors. Also, you'll notice that there are 6 of us featured in the book. Unfortunately, 2 of us could not be present today, but trust me, it is for a very good reason. Those 2 young ladies, Miss Katrina, the Hurricane Harvey,
and Miss Crystal Renee are somewhere doing all the amazing things that qualified them to be in this work. However, they will be well represented today, and you will get to hear from them at a later date. Also wanted to make sure that you know that this broadcast is being brought to you by Rainbow Room Publishing Live, the new podcast, where you're going to be seeing a lot more of great quality content such as this. But without further ado, you guys came here for some story time, to borrow a phrase from my good sister, Senior Haynes, and I'm about to give it to you with my piece from the work, Scott Free. 1 second here. Got it. All right. Scott Free. So thing to know about this is that it's a piece that I wrote some time ago. Honestly, I got the timestamp somewhere else. I don't have it here, but this was inspired by a time when we did not have cell phones. So please know that. So I want you to pay attention to the time markers that you hear. And the other thing to know is that I'm a fan of anything Quentin Tarantino, much like myself. Great example, Pulp Fiction. Much like the title of the book, actually, it's a story that plays with perspective. So it doesn't go in what we call a linear fashion from beginning to end. It bounces around a little bit. So I'll be sure to remind you of where these scenes change. So without any other interruptions, any other disclaimers, Scott Free. You see, officer, Fred stammers through the partition separating him from the back of Officer O'Brien's ash white hair. What had happened was, oh God, sighs O'Brien, deliberately rolling his eyes toward the squad car's dashboard radio. Here we go again. The radio's clock reads 3:45 a.m. Gotcha. Me and my girl had just had a fight. Really? Says O'Brien, forcing his naturally deep baritone voice up an octave while taking a glance in the rearview mirror at the young suspect. Yeah, man, I mean, sir, she was tripping over some old silly shit, shouting, cursing, and throwing shit. Well, that could explain her ransacked apartment. So what did you do then? I know what you're thinking, but I don't hit no females. I ain't nobody's punk. Sounds like you got really angry, son. Where did you go? Angry? Shit! Red shouts, leaning into the partition, his pecan face now matching his name. I was on 10. I grabbed my shit, hit up my boys, and rolled out to the titty bar for some drinks and shit. That's where I was coming from when you picked me up. And what time was that again? Man, I don't know, about midnight, but I wasn't even nowhere near nobody's bank the whole night. Didn't you say that your girlfriend works at the credit union? Yes, sir. She's been working there for years before we hooked up last year. So have you been to her job before? Yeah, but I ain't trying to mess up her gig. Well, you better hope your missing girlfriend turns up safe and sound soon so that she can help establish your alibi. Between your prior offenses, the camera footage, and your prints on the keys, it is not looking too good for you. Switch scene. 10 till 6, thinks Trina, reading the clock at the bank teller's terminal. Time to make a move. She glances with a smirk over to Charlie, the 60-some-odd-year-old security guard seated by the front door, which displays the hours of operation. Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Sunday, closed. Out like a light as usual. He's about as useful as these temperamental security cameras and the alarm system. The downtown branch doesn't have these issues, just us in these more urban areas. Following a slightly modified version of routine closing she developed over her past 5 years as a manager of the credit union, Trina pulls her deposit drawer with one hand while stooping down to grab the 2 small black trash bags from beneath her desk. She goes into the safe to count out the afternoon deposits. Upon exiting, she secures the door with a reverberating slam loud enough to serve as Charlie's evening wake-up call. You calling in the night, sweetheart? Shouts Charlie from his seat near the front door. Yeah, Charlie, Trina replies, suppressing an accomplished giggle. She walks halfway to the front. I'm headed out back. with the trash, she says, triumphantly raising a bag for him to see. Should I lock up the rear door as usual? Thanks, sweetheart, Charlie replies with a wave and a yawn. I'll be up to check it in a minute. No problem. Night. Same to you, sweetheart. Trina leaves from the rear, closing the door behind her. Switch scenes. Attention all units, blares the dispatcher's voice, filling the air of O'Brien's squad car. We have a report of a robbery from North Shore Credit Union, estimated time 12:30 a.m. Video footage IDs culprit as a light-skinned African-American male, approximately 20-25 years of age, 6 feet in height, 165 pounds in weight, dark hair, and cornrows. 1:49 a.m., thinks O'Brien, staring at his watch. Looks like we're in for a long night. The culprit was last seen wearing a waist-length black leather jacket, dark color baggy jeans, black leather boots, black leather gloves, dark tinted sunglasses, and a bandana across his face. The disembodied voice of the dispatcher goes on to say, units should also be on the lookout for a person of interest, Trina Carson, a middle-aged, light-skinned African-American female, approximately 5'8" in height, 140 pounds in weight, brown hair and eyes. Carson is also an employee of North Shore Credit Union, last seen during closing at 6 p.m. Switch scenes. Did you honestly think I wouldn't find out Red? Trina shouts, throwing a set of keys at his face. What the hell are you talking about? Red yells in response, catching the keys mid-air. I ain't one of those young silly chicken heads you normally mess around with. I know you've been cheating on me. Oh shit. Oh shit is right. You've been caught up, nigga. Baby, look, Red, please. Crossing the small studio apartment, placing the keys on the nightside table. Don't pull that baby shit with me, Trina replies, avoiding Red's attempt to embrace her. How in the hell you gonna do me like this? I'm around here buying your clothes, cornrolling your nappy ass head. You know what? I don't got no time for this tonight. It's damn near midnight, and some of us have to be at work in the morning. Oh, so we on that shit again. You know it ain't my fault I can't find a job right now. Yeah, and I guess it ain't your fault you got a record either. Fuck this shit, I'm going out. You know what? That is a good fucking idea. Trina goes to her closet, tosses a black leather jacket, a pair of black navy blue jeans, and an empty black trash bag in his general direction. And while you at it, take your shit. What the? He just barely dodges a well-aimed pair of black Timberland boots. Fuck you, Trina. Red stuffs his clothes and boots into the bag and slams the door behind him. Dumb nigga, Trina sighs. Her eyes move intently from the door to the nightstand's keys. Looking to the clock on her VCR, she sees that it is 11:45 p.m., an hour later than it actually is. She rushes back to the closet and pulls out a second leather jacket, a pair of navy blue jeans, and another pair of black boots, all obviously too large for her 5'8", 140-pound frame. Satisfied with the selection, she assembles another more feminine outfit, complete with a short dark brown wig, a nondescript brown short-sleeved t-shirt, an ankle-length khaki skirt, and large brown framed tinted sunglasses, and lays it all alongside the first. She goes into the bathroom and takes out a pack of insoles and some small black stuffed garbage bags from under the sink. She opens the last bag and smiles at the sight of several rubber-bound dead presidents, her passport, and a one-way plane ticket to Puerto Vallarta on the red eye at 1:45 a.m. Finally, she goes to the mirror, takes a comb in one hand and her long dark brown hair in the other, and begins putting her hair into cornrows. Thank you. And so there you have it. That's my piece. Thanks, guys. It's actually the very first piece in the book. Now, to keep everything going right along, I am going to bring to you my good friend, my good sister, my fellow co-publisher nowadays, Miss Cynthia Haynes, with her piece. Cynthia, your mic.
That form.
No problem.
Ready. Very much. The piece that I'm going to read today is called Transitions. And just briefly, the way this came about was actually it was an experimental piece. I was trying to refine my writer's process, which is something that in interviews people constantly ask me about. What's your writer's process? What's your writer's process? And so I was trying to write something every single day. And this kind of stream of thought piece started emerging throughout the month of January last year, actually. So just pre-pandemic writing. And this is what it became. So with no further ado, transitions. There was a spot of blood on the floor that was bothering her. She'd sat in the reclining chair by the wall-to-wall window and stared at it, dried and cracking, as she hugged the blanket with the paltry thread count to her chin in a feeble attempt to keep her body heat close. Behind her, through the window, the sky was aglow with the artificial light coming from every right angle that made up the massive complex of the university hospital where she held post. Defibrillators, codes, rib-cracking compressions in the horror film that had become her life. To think that the events of just a few days before didn't foretell this moment would be possible, that the soothing calm of a storm past would envelop her. Joyce now had the privilege to have little in life to bother her at the moment, but a slight chill and an irksome spot of blood that she would neither clean up herself nor call in housekeeping or a nurse to do. Her aunt, the complete apple of her eye, lay sleeping angelically in the bed next to the spot, oblivious to all but what Joyce hoped were sweet dreams. No longer was she intubated, and during her most recent waking hours, she had no recollection of the death and resuscitation her niece had witnessed that was, in fact, her very own. It was 2 a.m., the witching hour, and from the 8th floor of the hospital, the sounds of the city were hauntingly slight. Joyce heard an ambulance cry in the distance, and she craned her neck, then swiveled her whole body in the chair to see it. Fixated, she watched it speed down Cottage Grove Avenue and longed to know that the person inside was going to make it. Days ago, she'd had the same fervent wish that the person inside the racing ambulance would make it, knowing that person was her aunt. Chasing ambulances was much different from staring at them from a bird's eye view, Joyce thought. Considering that to chase them meant the emergency had hit far too close to home, she definitely preferred to stare. Her sudden gasp had started deep in her belly and could have sucked all the air out of the room. Next, she cupped her hand over her mouth with the force of a slap, unable to believe her eyes, but subconsciously realizing that waking the sleeping patient wouldn't make this moment any better. The ambulance, which was just about to turn the corner and head for the ER, had swerved to avoid a jaywalker and plowed straight into a pole. Cleo was dog-ass tired. It was hard enough being homeless, let alone in the wintertime in Chicago. Between the too thin jacket, the hole in his left shoe, and the heroin coursing through his veins that had long ceased to offer escape, but now just fought off sickness, he was fucked up. Living day by day was a distant dream. Cleo was living moment to moment, and as he reached in his pocket, he anticipated with almost childlike delirium the escape the next few moments would hold. He shuffled along, stumbling in his haze, but never falling, and dug deeper in his pocket, searching for his treasure. Damn, not the left pocket. That one was nothing but ripped cotton. He felt himself scratch his leg with filthy nails, and his hand passed through the shredded lining. That felt good. He scratched again, harder this time, trying to satisfy an itch that never quite went away. At this point, he wasn't sure anymore if it was the chemical cocktail that served as his blood that made him itch insatiably from the inside, or the near gelatinous coating of grime that had glazed his skin like honey on a ham. He hadn't been able to bathe now in 12 days, not since his girl put him out for the last and final time. Goddamn, he thought. She'd been mad as a bag of bees when she came home to the scene he'd hardly been aware he had set for her. Him nodding out with a needle sticking out of his arm wasn't any kind of novelty, and hardly a straw distinguished enough to be the camel's backbreaker. No, he was pretty sure it was the naked woman passed out on the floor next to him, ass sweat seeping into his girl's favorite chenille couch throw cover that had done the trick. He woke up to the woman who he'd only really messed around with on an irregular basis and had never brought back home before, screaming and cursing. A large chunk of her hair was vice gripped in his lady's hand, and she was offering her a physical escort through the front door. Then she ran back to toss out her clothes. Then she ran back for him. In an undignified encounter of fed up meeting lost cause, Cleo didn't reach full consciousness until he was walking firmly in the end result, down the street, 5 blocks from his former home of the last 3 years, with 2 black eyes and nothing but the clothes on his back. It was time for another hit. But that seemed forever ago, and now, as he scratched his left leg nearly to the white meat, he could faintly hear the wail of an ambulance coming closer. There wasn't a soul in sight, and at this hour, traffic was equally as sparse. He'd been shuffling along, seemingly outside of time, down dark sidewalks, in alleys, across the park, and wide intersections, all with an equal lack of general regard for anything further than his one foot after the other. He now fished for his treasure again, this time in his right pocket, where he stored his loose change. He found it there, right where he had left it. It was a moment of delight he'd been saving for the right time to maximize its effort. And since he was now walking down the streets that snaked through the university hospital complex, there was plenty of light and safety. I ain't never, he said aloud as he unfolded the picture he'd been saving since he'd found it in a garbage can sometime around dusk. It had been nestled in a heartbreak time capsule, but because Cleo couldn't eat, drink, sell, spend, or shoot up the contents surrounding it, he'd hardly noticed. As he'd sifted through the broken bottle of perfume, the love letters ripped in half, the positive pregnancy test, and the red lace panties that hadn't been hers, he'd hardly blinked twice. But when he'd come across that photo, the only one that wasn't shredded but simply crumbled up, his enchantment was swift and complete. Heroin was his escape of chemical need at this point, but his true escape of choice had always been the delicious daydream. As he stepped off the curb, he didn't notice the little red walking man blinking on and off because he didn't bother to look up, nor did he hear the ambulance siren that had been steadily growing closer until it was a screaming alarm because he didn't bother to listen. All he knew was that at first sight, he'd been swept away on a cotton candy cloud by the image of a life so starkly different from his own, and he'd been waiting for hours for enough light to gaze upon it. First, he felt the violent rush of air that blew the photo out of his hand. With that, he was yanked from his innermost thoughts and could suddenly hear the screech of tires and scream of the siren, its white and red beacons nearly blinding him from their proximity. As the vehicle spun and careened into the light pole, it began to dawn on Cleo that his life had been narrowly spared due to an apparently skilled driver's micro decision to yank on the wheel at his or her own peril, as opposed to sending Cleo to meet his maker. "Shit," Cleo blurted, standing in the middle of the street where the vehicle should have had free passage. As the cocktail in his veins added the ingredient of adrenaline, he felt his feet moving before he even realized why. Running at full speed in the direction he had come from, Cleo looked over his shoulder with a twinge of sadness at the photo of that bougie couple he'd left lying in the intersection. Damn, he thought, and he raced across the street and was swallowed by the darkness of the park. The red emergency lights that illuminated the photo were its complete antithesis. There was nothing at all urgent about that image of Sasha and Jerry lying on that hammock near the Shark and Bake Shack on that beach in Tobago. That is my excerpt. Thank you very much.
Sang it. Yes. Girl, you did it. And I'm going to put it out there real quick. That mic issue was not her. I saw it at the last minute that it wasn't up, and I went to click it. She probably clicked it, and I clicked her off. So I want y'all to know that that is not her professionalism. That was me. But Sanya, thank you. I've been telling people for the longest. Everybody knows Sanya for amazing children's literature. And Sanya, baby, she does it all. Sanya does it all. She does it all. So that's just a sample of some of the other things she does outside of Jayla's Chance. You're going to hear some more about Jayla's Chance very, very soon. But to keep the ball rolling, we are going to bring up now Mr. Donnell Bonaparte.
I got to remember to do the mic thing there. Well, thanks so much for having me and for including me in this wonderful volume. It's not something that I saw in my future. So when it came to me, I couldn't help but, I mean, how can I say no? So thanks for allowing me to be part of this. Several times in his life, a man has to take what he has been taught and join it with what he has learned through experience. And if he's lucky, he'll achieve a synthesis, a composite of life lessons that he can draw from and utilize. My story, Synthesis, which is part of a larger work, Walking to Jupiter, tells of one such moment in a man's life. And I'm just going to jump right in. When Zeke was 5, Hezekiah, his father, removed the training wheels from his bike. The boy rode around the block once, then promptly tumbled from it onto the sidewalk. With skinned knees, he scampered up to their apartment above the cafe they owned. His mother, Odessa, perched the sniffling boy on the toilet seat and applied peroxide with cotton balls. Her sweet humming filled the room as she gently cleaned his scrapes. They were there only a minute before his father came home from work for lunch. He squeezed into the bathroom and stood over mother and son. Without a second thought, he reached over his wife's head and handed a few toilet paper squares to the boy. Dry your eyes. Be a man, he said. You'll live. Now, Hezzy, he just fell off his bike. Yeah. Stern yet caring eyes met Zeke's. But you won't get the hang of riding that bike if you stop trying. So Zeke wiped his watery eyes. A few years later, at 8 years old, Zeke sat before an open math book on the dining table. I'm so stupid, I'll never get this. Odessa, cocoa face weary, hazel eyes sunken, had completed 2 years of chemo treatments by then. She tightened the scarf around her smooth skull and turned in her chair to face her boy. Don't you ever let me hear you say that again. She closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and encouraged Zeke to try the next problem, subtracting fractions with different denominators. Hezekiah trudged through the front door a short time later, having completed the additional errands he'd taken on after his work shift. He took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and strode past the pair into the kitchen. He returned moments after with a refilled prescription for Odessa and a cold root beer for a frustrated Zeke. I know it's hard, he said, squeezing Zeke's shoulder. Zeke peered up at him. I don't want to fail the test on Friday, Daddy. He tried to suppress the misery in his voice. Hezekiah kept his tone steady, refusing to coddle. You'll lick those problems yet, son. Keep at it. And if you fail the test on Friday, then you just better try twice as hard on the next one. Be a man. His mother nodded her agreement. The dimple in her cheek winked at Zeke when he smiled. A year later, the cancer finally claimed her. 6 months after the burial, a squawking car alarm awoke 9-year-old Zeke from a spring slumber. His Mr. T alarm clock read 11:43 p.m. He got up, went to the bathroom, then to his dad's room to check in on him, a habit he had developed since the funeral. His father's bed was empty. Zeke ambled through the house, searching each room, but his father was nowhere within. The boy's stomach fluttered. He might still be downstairs in the coffee shop, but at this hour, Hezekiah always closed up at 8 p.m. sharp and was upstairs by 8:30 usually. So Zeke padded into the kitchen, entered the pantry, pulled back a set of shelves, which triggered the electric bulb that illuminated the 18 steps leading down to the first floor. He descended the staircase and reemerged in the hallway at the back of the cafe. He looked to his left. The shop was closed. The floodlights and overheads were dimmed. Gray shadows washed over chairs, stools, tables, and booths. The car alarm that woke him up in the first place squawked louder now, and he was on the first floor. Then the alarm abruptly shut itself off, leaving behind instant silence. A twinge of fright rose up in the boy. Thoughts of the movie Nightmare on Elm Street, with Freddy Krueger wielding razor-sharp finger knives twisted in his stomach. Hezekiah would have told him, "Be a man. You know that stuff in the movies ain't even real." True, but the fact didn't stop his heart from slamming inside his chest. Besides, Zeke had never been left entirely alone in the building. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he tiptoed down the hallway toward the swinging doors that led into the kitchen. Porthole windows in the doors loomed over him, higher than his 50-inch frame. Still, he could see that the kitchen lights were on. The boy almost leaped back when he heard the whimper come from the other side of the doors. Be a man. He retrieved a Louisville Slugger baseball bat from a corner inside the stairwell, then returned to the swinging doors. He listened closely for a long moment, but heard nothing. He brought the bat up slowly and shouldered the doors open, keeping his body halfway in, halfway out of the kitchen. Zeke took in the rectangular island in the middle of the room. Dozens of scrubbed pots and pans dangled like ornaments from the contraption above it. His eyes swept the area. It was just like his father liked it, a place for everything and everything in its place. An industrial-sized dishwasher, triple sink, and eight burner stove lined the right wall. A countertop with small appliances stretched on the left, and dominating the back wall was the walk-in cooler with its chrome door. A sniffling sound floated from that direction. Zeke entered the room, circling the left side of the workspace. He paused to listen again. Almost a full minute went by in silence before he heard another sniffle. Zeke set his jaw. He gripped the handle and sprang from his hiding space, ready to swing like Hank Aaron. Hezekiah Miller Sr. was seated on a stone-tiled floor, sobbing. Would you like to know what happens next? Get the book. We'd love for you to have it. Thanks a lot.
You did it, brother. You did it. Oh, I love that. Oh, that whole scene. And I read the rest. So y'all got to get the book. I read the rest. And I'm going to put it out there and let everybody know that when you get the book, read that book. All right. We were blessed with a foreword from Mr. James Earl Hardy, best-selling author, right? Several times over. And he read that piece. He read all of them. He actually gave a minor endorsement of each piece. But that one in particular, he said, is already a commercial success, and you see why. All right. So get from a Black perspective, the bud, and look for Walking to Jupiter very, very soon. All right. Without further ado, we're going to bring up our next panelist, Mr. Ken Compton.
Thank you, Eddie Pierce, and thank you to Rainbow Room Publishing for including me in the anthology. To my fellow authors, it is an honor to be among you. To our viewers, thank you for spending a part of your afternoon with us for the virtual release of From a Black Perspective, The Blood. The story that I have included in the anthology is Graffiti Park. It's a story that I've had for a number of years. In fact, an earlier draft was published previously online. Now, for those who have not read it, it is a story of crime fiction with an element of magic added to it. This afternoon, I will read the opening of the story and introduce the protagonist who was called in to solve the crime. This is Graffiti Park. Her body was pinned to the ground under his girth. Her clothes were torn off. She squirmed against the warm soil, the effort more exhausting than helpful, and cringed as he positioned himself between her thighs. He had threatened to slit her throat if she screamed. What had she learned in self-defense? The practice dummy never attacked, and tucked in the shorts down by her feet, the mace was unreachable. She clenched her teeth to block his slithering tongue, but was capable of nothing else. A beam of sunlight shone through the trees, giving her a lasting glimpse of the devil. White, hair blonde, beard scruffy, eyes brown and beady. She laid her head back and rolled her eyes up to darkness. The pleasure in his face was too awful, and the stench of oysters and whiskey was worthy of vomit. She saw someone. An enormous figure had emerged from the shadows against the trees. He headbutted her and spat. Stupid bitch. Her body went numb. She blacked out. Change scene. Steve Reichert lay spread eagle and partially awake under a single bed sheet. He fumbled for his watch on the nightstand. It was 9:34 a.m. The remnant of bitter scotch intensified his morning breath. Winning Officer of the Year at the previous night's banquet had made it an occasion for more than a Bud Light. Thank God for the rookies who had given him a lift. A few more drinks and he would have been bound to the bed with regret throbbing throughout his cranium. The phone rang. A smack of the speaker button nearly broke the landline. Reichert here. Rise and shine, shitface, said a baritone voice. I need you to come in. On the first day of my vacation, Chief? Really? I got the mayor on my ass over a rape and assault about 3 hours ago. You calling me in for a rape and assault? It happened in Graffiti Park. Steve sat up and reached for a fresh pack of Newport. The first smoke of the day was his favorite. I'm listening. The victim is a 23-year-old Caucasian female, came in through a side gate in the north sector and got attacked by an unknown. What was she doing in graffiti? An early jogger, new to the city, didn't know about the park's reputation. Steve took a deep drag and kept listening. First responders found a bloody knife on the scene, but no stab wounds on the girl, and no blood trail in sight either. The dogs picked up a scent from a bloody knife at the scene, but the search came up empty. How are we looking on forensics? The prints on the knife were no good for a match, and 72 hours is the latest for a full serology. This isn't a lot to start with, Chief. You solved more with less, Chilombo. Steve Reichert's case-solving ability had earned him that nickname. Although he preferred the lead detective title, he was less intuitive than Sherlock Holmes, but more empirical than Columbo, at least according to his own assessment. All right, I'll be there as soon as I can. There's one more thing, Steve. The girl saw somebody before blacking out, and we suspect this person contacted dispatch. You suspect. What about the call trace? Silence lingered before the chief spoke again. There was no call trace. Wait. Steve threw his legs over the bedside. How was dispatch contacted? They weren't notified by phone or by anyone in person. Apparently, some strange audio announcement resonated in the dispatch office and said a rape victim would be found in the North Sector's undergrowth. They thought it was a joke, but sent patrol to the area to follow protocol, and sure enough, the girl was there. I don't understand it fully, which is another reason why I need you to get this thing done ASAP. The scar on Steve's lower leg ignited with an itch. Steve, you there? I'm here. Another moment of silence while he scratched. A thought solidified into relief. Hey, Chief. He leaned toward the speakerphone. What did this voice sound like? I'm told it was an elderly woman with an Irish accent. Holy shit, it can't be, he thought. Okay, I need to see the crime scene for myself. Why so sudden? You have a lead on this woman's identity? Not at all, just trusting my instincts, Steve said with guilt and lying. Well, let me have some uniforms meet you at the main entrance. There's a heat advisory today, plus only a fool will go there with no backup. They'll only distract me. If you want the best outcome, let me do it my way. The chief sighed. Crime scene cordon off the area by the runner's trail. Watch yourself and call in anything you find right away. I owe you one for this. I'm on it. You owe me more than one, Chief. The curtains were drawn, but the adjacent hallway light lit the smoky room adequately. Steve looked down the hall at Bane, his Doberman, who was still asleep on the doggy bed. He paced in the bedroom, searching for logic in the impossible and thumping ashes in an empty pickle jar with each pass around the king-size sleigh bed. An elderly woman with an Irish accent, he thought. She must be 300 years old by now. Steve lifted his leg onto an ottoman. The scar had not bothered him since that night years ago. Why now? He bit his lower lip and glanced at the desk where he kept the 5x7 portrait of himself as a 6-year-old standing in front of his parents whose faces he had cut out. Meanwhile, the day's best smoke was burning away. One deep drag, and he dismissed all questions. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the opening and the introduction to the protagonist of Graffiti Park. Thank you.
I'm gonna put it out there, blue fire, brother, blue fire, all day, all day. I know. Man, look, you didn't get to see the comments necessarily, but we already got our good sister Yvonne Wimbush asking, when is the rest of that story coming out? And I'll put it out there that it's we looking for it in December of 2021. This brother is writing, he is working, he is revising. He is getting it done. Make sure y'all see these comments, man, because the family is coming through. Thank you guys so much. Man, so much to say about that piece. I've heard more about it. I can't wait to see the bag lady. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all need to get to this story just for the bag lady. For real. But that's an awesome transition, talking about an amazing man of Phi Beta Sigma, myself being one. And this shirt you may have noticed that I swapped into doing a good old Diana Ross wardrobe change from back in the day. You can find this from another amazing man of Phi Beta Sigma, my good brother Elvis Terrell Bryson. The company name is scrolling across the bottom right there. It's Qualities Design, LLC, and you see the website right there. Black is king all day. Black is what? 365. All right. So we got that in. Want to make sure we gave that brother some love because he's just great. He's great at what he does. Next thing real quick, and I kind of warned the authors that we're going to do this, and I'm going to mute you guys in a second. Just hold on. Anybody that is an artist, anybody that works with artists, you know that, man, we have a lot of emotional needs, myself included. And, you know, it's such a joy working with you all. But I had to go and recruit some help to encourage you guys. to keep doing the amazing things that you're doing. Now, keep in mind, I scoured the internet, scoured the world, scoured social media, and I really didn't give anybody a timetable when I asked them to send you guys some love. Unfortunately for today, I only got 2 of those messages. The rest are coming, and you all will see more of them throughout the year, as well as more from these amazing authors that are present. And the 2 young ladies, Katrina the Hurricane Harvey, host of the Seven Figure Girls podcast, and Crystal Renee, the owner, operator, CEO, founder of Dreamwriter Inc. You're going to hear from them soon. But Brother Ken Compton, and I purposely did this after the performances because I didn't want anybody to feel any kind of way and get thrown off with their performances. I'm muting y'all and I'm keeping y'all muted with good reason. We're gonna come out of this stream so that you can see this in.
Hey Ken, I just want you to know how proud I am of you. I know how much of a dream this is for you, and it just makes me so happy to see you accomplishing all of your dreams. And I know you have so much more ahead of you, so many more publications, so many more books, and I just can't wait to see all of it unfold. So congratulations, brother. Love you.
Mr. Compton, any notes, any words? Any tears?
Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you, Eddie. A little bit overwhelmed, at the beginning. I've been writing for years, but I'm definitely at the beginning. I have to just say thank you again for re-energizing me as a writer, because I had left the story kind of dormant, but you renewed my interest in myself as a writer, and thank you so much for encouraging me, and thank you for including me in this anthology. It means more than you really know. And thank you for that surprise. It was totally unexpected. Oh my goodness.
And that's why I said, I thought about it last night. I said, don't show them this before they read. That's not a good idea. A friend of mine is born out of the idea, a friend of mine, and I'm muting you guys again, just gonna say side, but a friend of mine, when I did my first book release, and some of you saw some of the video on Rainbow Room Publishing Live, the premiere episode this past Thursday. And I spread it around a few other times where a good friend of mine, Mrs. Zinga Ryan, she went all behind my back at my first release, and she filmed several friends and family members. And later on, she showed me, good God, at least 10 videos. The one that I shared most recently was from my mom, and so that inspired me to do this. And as I said, I've been asking people, and they've all emphatically said yes. It's just a matter of time. So when I get them, I'm going to share them. But now it's a good time, honestly, too, for me to mention as well that you all keep thanking me for being a part of this project, and I even had cause to think about this even today. That many people may know that I purposely took off the author hat for a minute so that I could only wear the publishing hat. And they can speak to it. These panelists can speak to it. Oh, Sam, you can speak to it. That it is not easy doing both. And I've known for some time that I do both fairly well, but if I could get the chance to do one or the other, I would be dynamic. And so what you guys did for me in this project, honestly, was it gave me a little bit of time to be the author, to be the artist, okay? Because I think you can all relate that this is an outlet that we need. And so it was an opportunity in the midst of all of the business for me to turn my attention back to my writing. And you see how short that piece was. That was my piece in its entirety. There is no novel coming, although I do want to know where Miss Trina, how she got, in my head, Miss Trina got to Puerto Vallarta, and then she bounced from there like the next day. She's gonna keep it moving. Y'all ain't gonna catch her. But it's already in my head that we're going to bring the story up to date, where there will be cell phones and Red is going to come back with a vengeance. So, but no, this was an opportunity, even in the midst of everything else that you guys saw me doing, to be an author. And there's no way that this project, my time as an author in this season, would have happened without you all. So please know that I infinitely thank you and love you guys. So we got one more of those, and like I said, I'm working on them, and it was so hard trying to get them behind y'all back. You have no idea, but it's been fun. So we got one more. This one goes out to Mr. Darnell Bonaparte. Are you ready? I love this. I feel like Diane Sawyer, or was it Barbara Walters that always had people crying on camera?
Donnell, welcome to the Literary Brotherhood. Congrats on the world finally getting a sneak peek at your baby, Walking to Jupiter. I know it's been a long time coming, and it's only the beginning. Hat tip and salute to you.
Mr. Bonaparte, do you have any response?
What the hell?
You confirmed for me not to show it to you before you read.
Oh my God. Tell me you are recording this. Oh my
yes,
God.
I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And there will be the replays and everything. It'll stay up on YouTube, definitely. It's going to stay up actually everywhere. Yeah. For anyone who does not know, that is Mr. James Earl Hardy himself, best-selling author of the B-Boy Blues series. There are about 7 books in the series now. There's already a stage play, and there's a movie coming up. But as I mentioned before, he did the foreword, and he's endorsed the entire work and endorsed all of us. But I was able to get him to give you a video tribute.
I knew it all the time. No, I didn't. Oh
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
That was good. That was you know, you write, you wondering if the voice is coming across. You wonder where you are, and that moments like that where you get that, you know, that push, that shove, that kick in the ass. That was great. Oh wow, yeah. I am verklempt. I am wow. I am me who always got something to say. I ain't got nothing to say. Wow. That was good.
No, I reached out a while back.
I'm gonna try to do James, you all, and myself proud. Because wow, that was good.
Brother, it's already done. It's already done. It's already done. And for anybody who does not know, man, Brother Darnell has been writing furiously. Okay, and we're gonna put it out there. We are looking forward to Darnell's full novel, Walking to Jupiter, sometime this November. And we are looking for Mr. Ken Compton's full work, Graffiti Park, the first of the series. And I know Darnell has more books too coming. Mr. Compton's piece will be coming in December. And then, of course, Miss Sanya Haynes is all the time working. All the time working. Jayla's about to jaunt. She's currently in Arizona. She's about to hop on to Arkansas. You guys are going to hear about the virtual release that we're going to do for that. We're aiming for May the 8th, the day before Mother's Day, but more information coming. So as I mentioned before, every author in the book, and I definitely want to make sure so I can show our counterparts that aren't here today, Miss Katrina Harvey in the middle and Miss Crystal Renee on the end there. They also have works that are coming out this year. The 2 of them are aiming for early summer. And the beautiful part for me is that they all want to come through Rainbow Room Publishing. So you guys are just making my job so much easier and just really contributing so much to the company. But we got a number of guests here. Thank God. We knew y'all were coming in faith. And we want to give you guys the opportunity to type your questions in the comment section. I will be looking at those. Anyone that wants to do send something, even in the message, you can say, hey, don't show this on screen if you don't want to show it on the screen. But I will definitely read those. And while we are, oh wow, yeah, you're gonna need a lot of money. You're gonna need a lot of money. Yeah, because Jayla alone is gonna be at least, what did we say? We aiming for like we wanted 8 books this year. 8 books this year total. And we already couldn't, Sally is writing Delaware. She's working on Delaware. So we just got Arizona. We got Arkansas coming soon. She's already working on California. I've already spilled the beans a little bit about the fact that we're gonna see the Black Panthers. And she's already looking at Delaware. So, yeah, Yvonne and everybody else listening, y'all wanna go ahead, put your coins together, leave that Starbucks alone for a minute. Yes, Natasha, you need to start a library. Start with our books first. You can put whatever else you want up there after that. Just make sure that when folks come to your house, they can see, all of that. Also, before we move into the questions, I want to make sure everyone knows that this is volume 1 of 3. All right. Now, number 2, we actually already have 4 of the confirmed authors for number 2, which will drop in November, where this is from a Black perspective, The Blood. That will be from a Black perspective, The People. And for anyone that does not know where we're going with this, I am drawing inspiration from the Pan-African flag. So there's the red book, there will be the black book, there will be the green book, and the titles respectively, The Blood, The People, The Motherland. The thing that I love the most, and you guys have to visualize it for a little bit longer, at least until almost this time next year when number 3 will come out, is that when they're all on the bookshelf together, red, black, green, there's your Pan-African flag. So make sure that you guys have this book on your shelf. Let's see here. Oh, we got another one, huh? Yes. You're gonna need some money. You need a couple of accounts. Yvonne, you need some money in general. You need some money for some shoes. You need some money for Taylor's shots. You need some money for everything else coming from Rainbow Road Publishing and everything else you're doing. Now, I wanted to take you guys off of mute. Well, actually, you can take yourself off of mute. And the first question, so we had some questions that were submitted beforehand. I definitely want to send a shout out to my good brother, Brandon Brown, here in Dallas, who gave me a number of these questions, just so we could have some in advance and let us get our feet wet and our speed up. So we're gonna start with this first one, which is actually, it was specifically for me. And it says, and I should have put these in captions, but I didn't think about it. What has it been like to receive mentorship from James Earl Hardy for nearly 20 years? So to make that plain and put it out there correctly, Mr. Hardy and I, Brother Hardy and I, because man, it was the most, okay, that answers the question. I first met him through Facebook, a fellow author. I saw that he had a review from Mr. Hardy, and I believe that he also did his editing. And so I was like, well, how did you do that? Because I have been reading the B-Boy Blues in tandem with reading the Invisible Life series from the late, great Elan Harris, great contemporary of James Earl Hardy. And so as I was getting my book done, I reached out, and he was so gracious. And I want everybody to know that a couple of things about this. One, this is business. This is business. This man is bringing star power to your work, just like he did for this anthology, right? So you sometimes, well, actually, he's done a number of reviews for me for free that were shorter, but for my first work, Love Something Infinite, he wrote, man, like a page and a half review. And granted, I did pay him. It was a contractual thing, and it's fair. It's rightly so, because he's taking time out of his schedule writing what he writes to read what I've written. An untested author, and then to write about it and give me permission to share his words everywhere as a marketing piece. And so that's really how we first connected. And then we were in touch on social media for some time. And then probably there's never been a formal mentor process, but I have been able to ask some questions, drop some questions. He's been approached this topic, you know, we've done in college stuff, I've never done one. How would you suggest we go about it? So he's been more so that literary big brother. I love the fact that when he wrote the first review, he welcomed me to the literary brotherhood. So, you know, it was my opportunity to do the same here for our brothers and sisters that haven't been published yet. And even though Sing's been published several times, it's awesome to see her break out and have an opportunity where she didn't have to do so much to show us the variety in which she can write. And we already talked about some other great things. Hint, 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 snow in her afro. Girl, we doing it. I got a question about it not too long ago in an interview, but our good friend Michelle Brown. But yeah, so that was all great. And then I looked up and I was inspired by God to do a book tour that brought Brother Hardy to Chicago for 3 days. This was back in 2018. And thanks to Darnell, he was instrumental in making sure that he had 5-star accommodations, baby. He had a suite in the Four Seasons downtown, child. And so, yes, all 4 seasons. And I already, and there's no deal because I already put out the sponsors back in, and I did a flashback Friday, go back Tuesday, Thursday, whatever it is, not too long ago, where I showed those sponsors again. But that for me was the highlight, honestly, of knowing and being associated with Mr. Hardy. We were on the move that whole time, and when I tell you, he was just so gracious about everything. We riding around in my busted Mustang, and I'm moving him from hotel to the north side, back to the hotel, from the hotel to the south side, from there back to the hotel to the west side, and then onto a plane. And we had an awesome time. And actually, that's when I first found out about Darnell's piece. He told us a scene that's not even in what y'all read. And the postage stamp. You know what I'm talking about? Right. I'm not gonna give away because I'm gonna let them read it. Y'all gotta get that book. Y'all gotta get this one now. Get that book. But no, he told James R. Hardy and I about, you know, a scene from this book, and I kept seeing that scene. So when it came time to do this, you know, I was like, Darnell, where are you at with that? We need it. I need it. But no, there were a number of moments in addition to the presentations that he did to the public, for the public, that were amazing. And we had, you know, he's not a big talker. I'm the talker. But we had a number of conversations in the car, on the move. And I think probably the most amazing thing for me was that I remember saying to him at one point, sir, I've been looking at everything you're doing. And after looking at this, at that point, I had been at this for 7 or 8 years. I said, I can do 8 more easy. 8 more easy after seeing what you do. And then I got even more perspective. Come on, that's the word of the day, right? Pee Wee Herman, every time you hear the magic word, perspective. He gave me some great perspective when he reminded me, one, that publishing is not what it was back in the day. You know, there were a lot more opportunities. And 2, that I've been wearing both hats for the longest. And it made me think, well, man, where would I be if all I had to do was the publisher or the author in these 8 years? You know, so it was another reason that I turned my attention primarily to publishing. So, you know, long answer, like I said in several interviews recently, I'm a novelist. I don't do grief. So that's question number 1. Question number 2, and this is for the entire panel. How does each panelist feel about the foreword from James Earl Hardy?
Well, it was, well, coming from James Earl, again, okay, so I don't know how important James Earl is to the rest of the world, but he's very important to me and to all of us, I think. But he was the one back in the, it's like, I'm talking like James Baldwin, Larry Duplashan, Elian Harris, James Earl Hardy. That's the echelon that he belongs on up there, because it was the first time that James Baldwin was the first time that I saw a black gay man do this story. Larry Duplashan was the first time I saw a black gay man in the print, not really feeling guilty about his sexuality. Elian Harris was the first time that I saw a black gay man on the page where the story was not about coming out. And James Earl Hardy was the first time that I saw a black gay man not giving a fuck about being black or gay, and he did what he did. And the story was about how he, found love. And I have a personal connection to each of those authors and each of those works. So to get an endorsement from him, it felt like a welcome into a fraternity, even though I'm not fully into the fraternity yet because I haven't finished the book. But it felt so affirming. And like I said before, it pushes you to go on, because writing lots of times is something that hangs in the background and it's not going to get itself done. You have to get up and you have to do it. And some days it's easy, but Lord have mercy, some days it is not. And on those days when it is not, I think of James Earl saying, when are you going to get the book done? You have to get this done. I think of his endorsement because I don't want to make him out to be a liar, and I don't want to sit on this. It's like a baby waiting to be birthed, and James Earl and Larry and James Baldwin, rest in peace, and Elian Harris, rest in peace, are midwives to me, trying to birth this baby. So that's how I feel about it.
Man, if I could tag in real quick, two things. I'm going to respectfully correct you, brother. You already in. You're already in. It's the same thing, honestly, I told one of the authors for the next book. We got to get off this thing of being published. We got to get off this thing of being published. You are a writer, okay? You are a writer. A writer does what? They write, okay? You're in. You're in. Done. Anybody else want to tackle that one? I'm sorry, I muted while Darnell was speaking.
Well, for me, any positive reinforcement I can get on anything that I do, I always accept it. And to be endorsed by a New York Times best-selling author means everything. Like Donnell said, it's an affirmation. I appreciated everything that he said, not only about my piece, but about everybody's piece. And it is a definite motivator to keep going. And if writing is something that you are meant to do, I always tell people, not just with writing, but with anything, no devil in hell and no man on earth can prevent it. So flow in that, keep going. I was very appreciative. I've never met James Earl Hardy. I had definitely heard of him, but I've never met him. But it was, like I said, it was a moment of affirmation for me. I kept reading it over and over again. It felt like, being in this business, you go see yourself on the bookshelf and it's like, okay, all right, yeah, I can do this. I'm here. Yeah. So I was motivated, and I hope that to get more endorsements from anyone that I can. So thank you, Mr. Hardy. I appreciate
it. Sorry, the endorsements are coming. Thank you. Say my girl. Say it's my girl. She always got my back. She catches the commas. She catches it all. Thank you. But Sadie, did you want to take that one as well?
No, absolutely. I'm grateful to Mr. Hardy for the words. I believe every writer, I mean, first, you're writing for yourself because you're compelled or you're pulled. For some reason, you have to get these words out. And then your next thought is your audience. So who is going to be the recipient of these words? Will they care for it as I do? Will they understand what it was that I meant to express? And then there are your peers, fellow writers in the field. And I think that appreciation from each of those groups, self-included, feels different. And they're very important. So I was honored and very grateful that he took the time to read my piece and give his words to uplift it. He specifically said it was a kaleidoscope work. And given the experimental nature that it was for me, as a writer, that's probably the words I would have used. So he kind of hit it on the head, the way that I was going in and out of the vignettes. And then his closing remark about it was that I gave the characters vivid shine. And how nice, how lovely. So thank you, Mr. Hardy. I did appreciate it.
Man, I swear, I feel like now I should have just like moved heaven and earth to have him here, but he will see the replay. I'll make sure everybody sees it, honestly. But yeah, no, I totally agree with everyone's sentiment that it's one thing to believe in yourself, and it's another when someone outside of you believes in what you're doing. And there are levels to all of it, right? There's my mom, there's my family, there are my friends, several of you who have done that for me, you know, on the panel, and anybody that's listening, that has been a number of the things that has just said, okay, Eddie, when you're not feeling it yourself, they're affirming. And then of course, yes, you come through and it's almost like God stepping down from heaven and stamping that stamp of approval. Boy, you got it, run with it, you know. So yes, I hear you guys on that. Next question I have here is, what keeps you motivated to continue pursuing your literary dreams and goals? Anybody? Because I'm trying not to make it school and call you out.
And what? Say the question again. What keeps you motivated?
What keeps you motivated to continue pursuing your literary dreams and goals?
Yes, outside family, my husband, my mother, my coworkers, guys like you, my writing group, my other writing group that I'm in, who make sure that I have to, who make sure that I turn in pages that are being read and critiqued and what have you. The main thing that keeps me motivated and keeps me going, believe it or not, are Truman and Zeke and Mr. Sangster and Geneva, who are all characters in Walking to Jupiter. They're like little voices that will not leave you alone until you get them down. They're like little people that's saying, I need to be heard, I need to be heard, I need to be heard, and you are the only voice that can give them voice. You're the only voice that can, bring their voice through. So the main thing that's helping me now are them. And my family and friends and other writers are pillars for me to lean upon when Zeke and Truman and everybody drives me crazy.
Excellent answer. Because honestly, I think about that with that's how I got actually, yeah, from my first book to my second to my third. For me, it was more so a thing of curiosity about some of the characters. I found myself wanting to know who they were. And similar to what you said, and I've said this on interviews several times, I am not crazy, don't put me in a straitjacket, but it is almost a thing of hearing this voice that is just screaming to get out. Nothing else in life works until I get that voice out, So I totally agree with that. Anybody else want to hit on that one? We got a couple if you don't.
For me, the same thing that you both just said. If writing is your purpose, it won't go away. You know, it won't, it'll still keep eating at you. Like, look, this is what you're meant to do. This is your purpose. Sit your butt down, get at the keyboard, just start typing away. Even if you suck at it, you know, you can only improve. And that's I've experienced the same thing, you know, even during the times where I wasn't writing, you know, it just wouldn't go away. I still have this belief in me that this is something that I can do, with something that I can be financially successful at. It won't go away. It won't leave me alone, even when in my own self-doubt. It's just there's that voice that keeps, like I said, it just keeps nagging at me, and it really, really will not go away, and it'll never go away until you get it down and get it on paper. That's why, once again, I just have to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. So it's definitely that confirmation that I need to keep on going, and everybody keeps wondering, well, what's happening next in Graffiti Park? I don't want to spoil any surprises or anything like that, but I am going to use the short story as a foundation. You know, I've got some things planned. It's a foundation for the book series that's coming. So a lot more to come. So, but like I said, all this time, even when I wasn't writing, it didn't go away. It didn't leave me alone. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Did you want to weigh in? It's up to you.
Absolutely. So for me, motivation is a plural. It's not singular. So there are several different things that motivate me. It really depends on the project. So for Jayla's Johns, the first thing that motivated me was just I wanted to have some semblance of a relationship with a niece that was absent from my life. But now the motivation is I talk too much, so I got to put my money where my mouth is. I said 50, so I got to keep working, and I'm really motivated to just kind of not look like a fool, right? For other works, you know, the motivation could be just a burning need to express at that moment, and it might or might not be for an audience's eyes. I'm working on different I'm part of a writer's room right now, and I'm working on a TV series, and the motivation there is to enhance my skills as a collaborator, because I've been kind of solo dolo as a writer throughout my career. And so really the motivation, obviously I want a good product and I want the best work, but the goal to do that is to learn how to work with a team of writers and get stuff out. And then it's interesting. He said that one of his pieces he's going to continue further. Actually, in Transitions, there is one vignette that I want to take and make its own standalone piece. I'm kind of playing right now with the format. Do I want a novel, a novella? But it's about state violence against Black bodies, and my motivation right now to really give that piece life and voice and get that out is life. You know, we're in this moment that's not at all unique for this country, but except in its emphasis and spotlight, and you kind of can't get away from it. And when I say you, it's a collective, like kind of everybody can't get away from it, not just the people who were traditionally impacted by it. And it's outrageous, and it's a lot. So that's my motivation for that. So to stop being long-winded, as many writers are, because we love words, right? I'll just say I have many motivations. You got to be specific and ask me which project we're talking about. I can't hear you.
I get it. I wish you could have seen, like I'm fighting with keeping myself in the camera and making you guys big. Because when you said that one of those vignettes was going to turn to something longer, I was like, oh. And it's like every time you do something like this, saying you always get me, because you'll do an interview and I'm like, she didn't tell me she was gonna do that. And then I turn around and I'm on the phone with you like, girl, I didn't know you were gonna do that. Like, how quick can we get through Jayla? So look, you got a yes queen. Look at that. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you. And make sure Miss Wimbush, she's going to be buying a second copy of everything she bought. Because,
yeah, we done mailed out to Miss Wimbush. Thank you, Yvonne.
No. But I'm saying she's going to get another one because she's threatening to keep the copy she's supposed to give to her little cousins. So I say, well, girl, just go ahead and buy some more. So, but no, I love that you spoke to that. You all kind of speak to this in a lot of respects. One thing I found for me with all of this too is that writing is your opportunity to create a world, right? Create a universe. And I found in a lot of respects that it was my opportunity to look at what exists and write what I hope it turns into. It started very personal, you know, with me coming to terms with not even coming to terms, but reconciling my sexuality and my spirituality, okay? And so, great tangent, you know, for me, even thinking about the idea of motivation. And I've been praised for this a lot, so I'm gonna make sure I put this out there just in case someone else needs to hear it. I've always been praised for the fact that a lot of people are like, Eddie, we don't see the separation between your spirituality and your art. And it goes to what Ken talked about with purpose, what you all talked about, you know, there's this number of beings, a whole world and universe in you that just needs out, you know, and on some level it is that need for self-expression. So, you know, great responses, y'all, great responses. Number 4, what advice, some of these are a little kind of repetitive, what advice do you have for upcoming writers? Who wants to go first? Or anybody want to take it? Anybody? You guys started laughing now.
I'll go. I'm just gonna say, just right. The main thing that I keep hearing when I think about advice that it's sort of redundant. They say you gotta read a lot, write a lot. If you're a writer, just write. Even like I said, even if you are doubting yourself, just put some words down on paper. Like I said, I think Sanya said, you're writing for yourself at first. Don't worry about how good it is. Don't worry about if people are going to like it. If it's something that interests you, if it's a book that you want out there, then you're the one that needs to write it. I mean, so many times people say, well, somebody needs to write a book about that. If that's the book you want to see, then that's the book that you need to write. Chances are, if you have an interest in this, there are probably 1,000 other people, if not 1 million other people, that also have that same interest. So just sit down and start writing. If that is your purpose, you know, just write, join writers groups, try to build a community. And as I mentioned earlier, no devil in hell and no man on earth can prevent God's plan if that is his plan for you. So that is my advice to upcoming writers.
Yes, sir.
Well done, Professor Compton.
Oh
Spoken like a doctor. No. Seriously, no, I love it. And I love that you even spoke to, it's advice that I've given some of you. And it's like advice that I've had to hear myself, that you just really need to put some on the paper. Right. We heard so much about it being perfect when we first put it on the page. And I learned a long time ago that there really is, if you all want to go to the Matrix and bend a spoon, there is no such thing as writer's block. Writer's block is the idea that we want it on the paper perfectly. Right. Put something on the paper, you know. Adding to what Ken said, I would definitely say, you know, I've heard that advice a lot, that writers need to read. And I will say that to some degree that's true, because on some level it helps to have something to model. I've since expanded my definition or belief or whatever you want to call it, to say that you more so need to expose yourself to story. Okay, I've said it several times in my own bios and things, in my own intros. I read comic books, I read the stories from the Bible, I read the Childcraft Encyclopedia that had mythology, that had folklore, that had stories from religion. I watched cartoons, I watch movies, I get story out of it. I hear story in song, I hear story in poetry. Those things inspire me to write. I've watched episodes back when Scandal was on, and I wasn't the biggest fan, but I'll be watching something that Shonda Rhimes doing that would make me say, you know what, Pierce, you're supposed to be writing, where's your pen? I would turn that show off, and I would go do what I had to do, you know. But it does come back to what you said, Ken, and I've learned even recently, prayed on this. God gave this to me. That's why this king is perfect. Christ is king. But on several occasions, it was, stop BSing. Sit down and write. And when I would finally do it, in a lot of instances, it would just flow out, you know. But we more so here to talk to you guys. Darnell, Senya, did you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, and you know, this is a very common question, because you know, you see someone who's doing what you want to do, you if you want to ask, how can I be down, basically. And I think that one of the things that I like to say is to forge your own path. Not to mix metaphors, but I'm going to the visual arts world. You don't want to paint your portrait with someone else's brush or pigments, right? You need to, yes, write. Don't worry so much about the perfection or even the end result, right? So there's that. I definitely am a believer that writers need to be readers, but not just readers and consumers of stories across all genres. I believe that as well, but also live, get experiences, and observe, watch people and human behavior and nature. So I think all those things are critical for up and coming writers. I don't know. I feel like I take issue with the term up and coming writers who have not reached their goals yet. I mean, they're writers. It's writers. But anyway, I want to say forge your own path just because, and don't get me wrong, I've been a mentor for several years to young people. I don't knock mentorship, but I know that often when you are at a point where you are starting out in said endeavor and you want to get to a higher level, you can kind of run yourself crazy thinking about what are the steps, what are other people who were there doing, how did they do it? And I mean, some people can like spend all their time learning other people's stories and other people's paths. And while you're doing that, you're not forging your own. And so just trust, and it's just a universal truth. As you walk that path, the avenues, the ways, the forks in the road that you need to take you where you need to be will come. They say when a student is ready, the teacher will come, right? So just trust that if you are doing the work to be the best writer you think you can be, you are writing, you are learning, you are experiencing, you are honing your craft and how you tell a story. The opportunities for you to get better and further and to reach your goal will naturally gravitate toward you while you're on that course.
I love that.
I know I keep doing it again. But no, I said I'm gonna get Darnell real quick. But thank you for that saying, because you also made me think about something I learned in recent years, and I think I've said it to several of you on a couple of occasions, that we can get so bogged down with the research and let me read this book on how to write, and let me watch this podcast on how to write, and let me read this book. And what I found in a lot of instances, that is a very subtle, subconscious procrastination.
Yes!
Can be.
Thank you.
It can be.
At some point, you gotta step out on what you learn. You gotta step out on faith, and much like you said, saying you don't want to be, as much as I love the comparisons I've gotten to Elin Harris, I mean, stuff in print, right? From like actual reviews and stuff, and comparisons to James Earl Hardy, James Baldwin, but you don't want to be them. No, we don't want, they would even say, we don't need another Elin, we don't need another James Earl, we need your voice. And so I love that you speak to the idea that you gotta forge your own path, and just even a warning for some people that may not know or expect this, that you will look at those mentors sometimes, and they're great, and they may be the most well-meaning people, not even just the mentors that are writers, but other people. Sometimes you will have to stand flat foot on who you are, what you do, and say to that mentor who you respect, I love you, however, this is my path, that one is yours, and if we're lucky, they're gonna intersect again. So man, nuggets of wisdom. And I'm honestly trying to get all these into, because I'm making sure that this goes to a number of writing students and institutions and things of that nature too. So the wisdom, thank you guys. Darnell, I know you got some. What you guys are?
Yeah, I think of everything to say, and then when it comes my turn, everything leaves me pretty much the way it writes. What happens when I write? But think about Harry Potter, Percy Jackson, oh goodness gracious, Robinson Crusoe. Those people who had ventures going across several books, and not many of them have been black. Main characters have been black. So that feeds into my first piece of advice is, if there's a book out there that you haven't seen, that you want to see, then you need to write it. This author by the name of Kwame Mabalia, who did not see a black character in these Harry Potter-like stories, invented one himself. And he got it going on, and he did it, and he took it to the publishers, and he got under somebody else's wing, and he published this book, Tristan Strong. Not endorsing anybody else's book on this format, but
brother, you can show us that book one more time, please. Because you know I love it. You know I've seen it and I read it. That is a great book. We talk about from a black perspective today. That is our history. That is our quote unquote folklore. That is our quote unquote mythology. Those are our heroes. Before you go to looking for that man in that cape in red, blue, and yellow, come here first.
Now this guy right here, Rick Riordan, he is the one. He is the one who actually did the Percy Jackson books, and he got with Kwame and said, "Boom, let me just give you a format. Well, not let me give you a format, but you can speak this better than I can speak it. So why don't you speak it, and then I'll give you my platform." So that's cool. But that's number one. If there is not a story that you haven't seen that you need to see, it's because you need to write it. That's number one. Number two, back to this book or any other book. You cannot compare your rough draft with something that has been published, because this book, all we see is this. We have not seen the 50, 60, 70, sometimes 80 drafts of this one thing. What we see is the tip of the iceberg. We don't see that big ass hunk of ice beneath the ocean that brought forth that little bitty tip of the iceberg. So don't fret over your book and your words not sounding like Baldwin, because Baldwin didn't sound like Baldwin until he went through a bunch of edits. The work, we're talking about writing. Yes, the work is in the writing, but the bigger work is in the rewriting and the edit and the shaping. The Statue of David did not come out that way. It was a big ass block of rock first, and he had to chisel here and chisel there and then smooth it out here before we finally get the masterpiece that we know today. And that's the same thing with your book. It's a way for you to get frustrated because your words does not come out the way that you want them to, but it's going to come in a rewrite. You need something to work with. A master, when he does a sculpture, he needs clay to be there. So you need the words to be there so that you can shape those words. So you need to write something down and then shape it up to be what you want it to be in your edits, in your rewriting. And then the second one ain't gonna be right. And the third one might not be right. Anybody who said that they wrote their book and it was like this when it first came on the page is a damn lie, because that book has gone through so many edits, and you have to get something down in order to shape it into the thing that you want it to be. So to echo what everybody else has said, the way to be a writer, and this is to myself included, the way to be a writer is to write. When you get it down on the page, you then work with it, and then the work begins to get it into the shape that you want it to be in so that other people can read it.
Got the mic that time. I got it that time, y'all. But no, I wish you could have seen us in the background out there. You might have been able to. Because Sanya was clapping, I was going up, and it just, yes. Man, just to piggyback a couple things, and while I'm doing that, you guys that are watching, you still have the option to put those comments in. Even when you see the replay, I can still see the comments later. So if there's some things you want to get answered, if you want to get in contact with any of the authors, I can definitely help you do that. But I love you spoke to a couple of things that I found to be true and great advice. That the hardest part is putting something on the page. And then from there, baby, it's honestly, it's cake, because now you're just going in, taking out admin, you know, you get your good editors, you get your good sister Sanya that says, Eddie, you missed that comma, that hyphen, let's change this wording. Crystal, who's not present, she's edited some of our work before. She looked at, you know, not even the commas and the periods, but the structure of the story overall, and said, Eddie, this part right here has a better pace that will hook people in the beginning. Let's put this in the front instead of putting it in the back where you have it at. And I mean, yeah, that part, I can admit, I find the editing tedious when it's, you know, me proofreading. And even when it's me, I always have somebody else edit. You know, even though I do a lot of stuff in-house, I always have somebody else, you know, look at it. But the other thing I wanted to speak to, and it kind of echoes a little bit of what Sanya was talking about too, that the idea that once you start down that process, a lot of the things that you think you need will come. And that's why I love that example that you gave with Tristan Strong, because, you know, a lot of us are out there, you know, thinking like, where would I get this published? My first thing is always stop thinking about that, like the book first, right? Even if you don't finish the editing per se, is the story finished from beginning to end? That's the finished draft, right? But you never know the outlets, you know, that may come along and say, hey, you know, we can put you right on in here in that case. Or even in the case of what we've been doing together, you know, we've been talking about writing, some of us for years. Ken and I have been talking about writing without aging ourselves 20 years or so. And then we come back and now it's like, Ken, I got a book, I need your writing. You know, you never know. Last thing I'm gonna put on that is say it all. Say it all. I was talking to a young man here in Dallas some years back, and we were talking about him wanting to write, and he told me one day that he had written 20 pages like this. Now, please understand, this is not what turns into the manuscript, right? This is not what gets into the book. There's a whole lot of shaping and everything. But he wrote 20 pages front and back, not 1 page, 2 pages. 1 page, 2 page, 3 page, all the way to 20. He said he turned around, he looked at it, and he threw it away. And I could have, you know, and I felt that same. My second book, I will show it to you. My second book, I got 100 pages in. I said, this is complete garbage. And me and God, I got to always give the testimonies. He came back to me and said, you need to read that again, son. And I read it, and I looked at it, and I said, oh, this is actually good. And that's when he told me every word that you put on that paper comes from me. It's good. Okay, of course, we still had to edit and all of that. And oh, I'm sorry, that was the other piece, because Crystal made me think about it, talking about Toni Morrison. You're in great company, all of us, anybody that writes. Once it's printed and all that, you're in great company, because just like Toni Morrison and several of her contemporaries, and I heard her say it, she wrote it. I heard Shonda Rhimes say the same thing. They have written stuff that has made boatloads of money, right? They have made all kinds of awards. And they said that every time they get up to read that piece that they wrote 30 years ago, that's already a proof of work, they still want to take a red pen to it. And I'm just saying that to say, you always find something you want to change. And it doesn't necessarily mean you need to change it. So get out of that perfection. Get out of that perfection. Get out of that perfection. Hey, you want it good. You want it good. You want the message concise. You know, you want people to be able to understand it. But if you keep going back, because that's another place we get trapped in. We get trapped in the revisions.
Yeah.
And at some point, you just got to say, "Hey, I gotta trust." You know, thank you, Yvonne, for being here. You're one of the main people I do this with. Every time I do a book, there are 6 or so people. Katrina's one, Crystal's another. I think I did this with Ken. Every time I write something, long before it even is a finished manuscript, I send it to 6 different friends. And I'm not looking for them to edit. I'm more so looking at, the common things that they say that they get, don't understand, they like, or whatever. And somewhere in there, that gives me a sense of what may need to change. If 3 people out of 3 say they all don't get something, I'm going back to check it out. If 1 out of 3 is like, but the other 2 get it, I'm less inclined to change it. So, you know, some of it is what you've been talking about, Darnell, and Ken, you've done this thing, you talked about something like this. It's about being in a collective. That's another reason I wanted this project. That's another reason I want to work with you all. Sometimes we need that quote unquote workshopping experience. We need someone else to just look at it, just read it. You know, we always looking for some validation, which is something we got to be mindful of too. But just even that other person that's not even necessarily a writer, but are they an avid reader, like Yvonne, great example. They know enough to know what, you know, the structure of a story is, you know, kind of thing. And so sometimes you got to stop saying, yeah, you and I are a lot like this. We work in isolation. A lot of writers are, a lot of artists are. We write in isolation, and when we do that and never share it, we never get any inclination that this might be something of value that we can put out there if we don't find it in and of ourselves, you know. But yeah, that's my $19.14.
There you go.
Let me just share this really quick.
We got time, brother. Go ahead.
You don't have to. But Stephen King talks about this. He had had an idea. Boom, that's exactly it. He had written like 12 pages front and back of this story that he looked at it. He didn't feel like he was getting in touch with the character. He didn't like it. He didn't know where it was going. He crumpled it up. He threw it in the garbage. His wife came, got the papers out of the garbage, smoothed them out, read them, and told him, complete this story. And he was like, well, I don't know where it's going. I don't know how it's going. She says, well, I will help you with some of the things that you're having problems with. And she was, Tabitha King, who is a good writer herself, came with the idea, not with the ideas, but with some guidance. And the book that Stephen King had almost thrown out was, I heard Ken say it, it was Carrie. And so you never know. I guess maybe something that you can do is, yes, I'm so much with Cynthia in that forge your own path, rely on yourself. Yes, absolutely. You have to listen to your voice. Eddie said sometimes you have to go through, you have to diverge paths with the mentor that you love so much. But get you somebody that you can talk to, and also read authors that have done it already, because all this writing that we've done, our stories are unique, but the process is not. You know, you have to look at some of the things that other people have done, and also look at those readers that you like and break it down. What is it that they are doing on the page that speaks to you, and see if you can emulate that. Babies don't know how to talk until they hear other people talking and try to imitate what it is that they hear. So find your author that you like, break it down, see what it is that they are doing on the page, and then try to correlate it with things in your own right.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Yeah, because I think about honestly too that, you know, for all of that modeling, for all of that, you know, stepping out on your own, it helps to have that feedback, you know, for one thing. And just even, I honestly kind of forgot where I was going with it because you gave me so many good points. If it's important, my belief is the Holy Spirit will bring it back. So if nothing else, it'll turn into a post that y'all see on Monday when my mind is more fresh. But no, great conversation, and gonna invite, you know, anybody that's there again to drop any questions. But number 5, what have you found to be the most rewarding as a published author? The most rewarding aspect of the experience?
For me, it's just being a part of the business of writing. You know, there's nothing like getting that first publication, and like it was mentioned earlier, it has changed quite a bit. There's not as many opportunities as there were back in the day. A lot of changes have come about. But for me, once again, it's just, this is what I'm meant to do. This is what I'm going to do. So I love being a part of this anthology. I love the exposure. I love being in the company of other writers. I can say that I have been published online and I have been published in print. And it can be a life-changing moment, validation. I just love the business of writing and being a part of this group. So it's affirmation, love it. So that's me.
Awesome. Anybody else?
What has been the most important part of publication? I am a nerd. I like seeing books. I like seeing pages in books. I like the smell of new books. I like the scent of old books. And I just like seeing words in print with justified edges and all that stuff. And the rewarding thing for me is just seeing my name among that, seeing my name among the stories that are being told in this world and seeing it in a print form. Yes, of course, seeing it online as well, but seeing it in a book, it just speaks to the nerd in me. So that itself has been a rewarding thing.
Awesome. Saint, did you want to hit?
Yeah, I think for me it's twofold. I think the first part is legacy. When your work is published, it has more of an opportunity to live beyond you. I mean, I recognize the griot and the oral tradition, which is not so popular nowadays, because I mean, clearly print is not the only way that stories and concepts can convey from generation to generation, but you've got a good chance when it's down on paper. I remember at 11, 12 years old reading Shakespeare, reading Alex Haley, and thinking they have in their lives, they had no idea that a Senya would exist to be reading and digging their work like I am. They couldn't fathom, and like how many people are like me that are digging this work where the originator is so long gone. It's like the light of a star. So for me, legacy is the first part that's most gratifying. The feeling that it is more solid than perhaps it had been before. And then I think the second thing is that I feel like I have a spokesperson. So with every book that I write and that is published, those are my words, my thoughts, my feelings, my stories. These are things that I wanted to express. And now I don't have to say it. I could just, here's a book. You want to know what I think? You want to know who I am? You want to know if I have talent or if I suck? You want to know how my mind works? There you go. And so because sometimes it's exhausting to continuously explain yourself, express yourself. When your work is published, you have gotten that moment in time. It's like a photograph. It's a snapshot of where your mentality and your mind was then, and just forevermore you could just get it out. So I think those two things for me, legacy and the spokesperson aspect, if you will, are the two things that move me greatest in being published.
Awesome. And actually piggybacking off of all three of you, for anybody that doesn't know, and you see this in the bios, everyone in the book has a bio page right before their piece. And this was not the first time that Ken and Darnell were published. They were both published in magazines before. And but one of the things I think about when it comes to all of that is this kind of way I think I was talking to some of you or someone in the live. I've done so much now lately that where's my teeth? 1 second. Look at that I'm a writer, y'all. Look at my writing mug.
There you go. I think we all got one of those.
But the idea that, like everything else in life, you build, right? You learn how to walk by continuing to walk. Your muscles get bigger the more you exercise them. And even this idea of being published, which a lot of us, it's definitely something to be celebrated. It's not the end all be all necessarily, but you get there by constantly building and building and building and building. And in this case, you know, we've all written something. My first publishing credit, which gave me some everything, was also in a magazine for poetry. I did poetry. I don't really do poetry very often. And then the very second one was an entry in an encyclopedia. So still not fiction, what I ultimately did. But each of those publishing credits, each of those attempts at writing, each of those stories built me up to the place where I had not only the confidence, but I also had more of a following each time. That when I put out something, they're like, Eddie wrote a book. Let's go get it. Let's go find it. Let me at least hear about it. You know, let me pay attention to when he posts about it. Let me share it, you know, kind of thing. And so I guess my thing is, it's definitely a stepping stone. It's definitely a doorway being open. And keep in mind, in this day and age, as we said on several occasions, publishing is not what it used to be. It's not going to Simon & Schuster and hoping that they, you know, do something. And even before you get to them, that I think back on it, one of the more interesting biographies that I got a piece of was like Benjamin Franklin or somebody. And it was really what we're doing. We wrote something and we got together and said, what publishing actually is, for anybody that still doesn't know, is that a book is done, right? That's not publishing. The book is done. It's the act of circulating it. It's because we've all written in these. The book is done, but now it's over there in that corner. It's not published. It's published when it goes out, when people know that it's out there, when they know that there's a vehicle by which I can find it, read it, what have you. You know, so, you know, we keep coming back to this definition of a writer and what a writer is and everything. You know, whoever is listening to this, did you write on a napkin? Did you put it in your notebook? Did you put it in your notes in your phone? Is it somewhere in your computer? Did you write it on the wall? Okay, you're a writer. Now, if you're talking about published and professional and all that, now you're talking about a different story, but you're more than halfway there. I say it all the time to people that write before you even get to publish. You've done something that millions, a literal millions of people have not done. They have not sat down and put their thoughts on paper. You've already set yourself apart from that many more people. Why not just go ahead and go the next step further? You know, whether it's Eddie Pierce and Rebel Room Publishing, whether it's Palindrome Global, whether it's Dreamwriter Inc., whether you start something yourself. One of my favorite stories, one of the best books that's out there as far as sales, and it's actually a story that I like a whole lot. You guys may be familiar, and I'm talking to you guys and the listeners. The Shack. It's a story of this man that goes to a cabin. Won't go into the whole story, but he gets an invitation from God to go to a cabin in the woods that takes him back to a very dark period in his life. And he meets what we in the Judeo-Christian tradition refer to as the three sides of God. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And I'm not going to tell you, but they put a good old twist on that God the Father, and I love it. But that man broke. One year said that I'm going to write a story, and that's my Christmas gift to my children, which then turned into him writing it and going to Kinko's. He went to Kinko's and he copied it. He had it bound, and then he gave away 13 copies for Christmas. So it had already blown up from just giving it to his children. Now he gave it to his family and his friends. They read it, they passed it around, and they all came back. There's that piece of that affirmation sometimes you need from some other people. They came back and said, you got to do something with this. 13 practically handmade books from Kinko's turned into one of the best-selling books worldwide, and a movie that I believe hit some box office records, you know. So I'm just speaking to what we even talked about before we got on here. We're not gonna go into all of what we were talking about, but use what you got.
Yeah.
Use what you got. Somebody wants it. Somebody needs it. Use what you got. Use what you got. We got about 8 minutes, and I think this is a good question to end on. What has been your toughest lesson or biggest learning moment as a writer?
Well, we've already touched on this, but I'm going to go ahead and repeat it. I'm one of the people
Things
that
bear repeating.
Suffers from wanting it to be perfect. You know, Eddie, I have to thank you again for being so patient with me, sending you so many rewrites. Change this, let me change that. And even right now, as I sit here, there are things, even in doing the reading, that I still plan to change when we do a second printing. You know, the toughest lesson that I've learned is you have to get to a point, like I said, we've already mentioned it, but you just have to get to a point where you let it go. Trust what you have written. You know, I was happy to hear you say that even some of the greats, they still want to take, you know, a red pen and kind of mark through what they've done. But, you know, just have to get to a point where you trust yourself. Let it fly out into the world, see what it does, see how well it's received. But my toughest lesson is learning that it can't be perfect. And I am one of those people. I do go into the Barnes and Nobles, I look at the books, and I see, oh man, I can't do it quite like them. But it's like Darnell mentioned, this has gone through so much that they've probably been up at night. They have their own self-doubts. They, you know, spend time wondering, well, are they going to like this? Are people going to receive this? You know, so, but in the end, and who knows how many times they've rewritten it, and who helped them do it, who gave them this idea, said, take this out, put this in. But my toughest lesson is just learning how to trust myself as a writer and let it go. It'll never be perfect to me. It will never sound right. Years later, there's always something that can be said differently, you know. So that's my toughest lesson.
Just to piggyback off of that, and it's not necessarily probably something that's widely known, but you guys can probably all, you all, I should say, not guys, can probably all speak to this. I have read books from my favorite authors, and there are still typos. There are still typos. These books have been out for years. They made all kinds of money, and there are still typos. Now, it's not littered with typos. You know, it's one speed bump or one pothole in 300 pages, maybe 5. But even then, no perfection. No perfection. You know, just like us, none of us are perfect. You know, we have quote unquote flaws, and they're the things that make us unique and beautiful. So it's another reason that some typos I don't trip over as much, because I'm like, the child, she just made all this thing on my. Now, granted, some of them are at a place now too where those things are excusable. Those of us that are trying to get in the door, we have to do a lot more due diligence,
right?
You know, in a lot of respects. But just if anything, I'm hoping that it helps all of us that are listening, all of us that are part of this, know that even the greats have made their mistakes and they rode with them. And they riding good in a Rolls Royce. So, anybody else want to hit that question?
One of the toughest lessons that I have learned, we've already said it earlier, but one of the toughest lessons that I have had to learn was that you cannot revise from something that you haven't put down on the page in the first place. And so there have been periods that I have gone for several weeks, even months, of not contributing to this story. And I kick myself for not moving forward. And then as you are kicking yourself, you go into this darker place where you're not writing. So the biggest or the hardest lesson that I have had to learn was that you have to write, even when you don't feel like it, even when the muse is not there. Because I'm a big I fall into this pit. I had to tell myself to not fall into this pit. Lots of times you don't want to write because the muse is not there. Whereas you had this great idea and now you have to go write it down. You know, that's the muse being there. But you have to write even when the great idea is not there. Because lots of times you would find that as you are writing, some stuff will come to you as you are writing. And you are able to build off of that. Whereas if you had not started the writing, the actual physical writing, then the idea would not have come. So one of my biggest lessons is to write, even when you don't feel like it, even when the idea is not there, even when you know, just don't think that you have anything to say. Hell, get a journal and write there. But you have to keep writing. That's the biggest lesson, that and the hardest lesson and the easiest lesson and the most repeatable lesson that I can come up with.
Good point, Darnell. It's honestly, it's one of those things that is so simple it eludes us. Right. That's why I'm honestly reading the questions and I'm looking at them like, oh, this is kind of the same question. But the repetition is necessary. We can all speak to it. We all had to do it to ourselves. We had to look in the mirror sometimes or whatever. I cuss myself out sometimes. And it goes right the damn book, you know. And honestly, for me, it's a thing of just speaking to that point you made. Remove all of the temptations to procrastinate. Working on my most recent novel, and my parents and my family could speak to this when I was living in Chicago. I would get in the car, go around the corner from the car, sit in my car at a park, and write stuff in my phone. Because if I was in the house, oh, this floor needs to be mopped, and these clothes need to be done, and I need to cook this, and I need to do everything in the world. I think I said this at the presentation where Sandy and I met. Everything in the world will come to your mind to do other than the writing. But anyway, good segue to Senya. Did you have anything you want to add to that one?
Yeah, I think that the hardest things for me as a writer, and I had to figure it out at great pain, was to not be overly susceptible to comparison, and then to not take criticism so much to heart. That's why I said you have to forge your own path. That was really a hard lesson learned for me. Comparison is one where, especially if you are a lover of words and that's part of what compels you to write, when you find these artists, these authors who string them together so beautifully and you just want to be like that, but when your authentic voice comes out, it's not similar. It can put you in a place that's discouraging. But you have to remember that dissimilar is not worse. So don't be overly susceptible to comparison. Appreciate what you can appreciate, and do your best, and realize that there are
The following program is sponsored in part by To a Woman's Heart. The thoughts and views expressed by the following production don't necessarily reflect those of the network or any sponsors. Rainbow Room Publishing Live, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
WRTR Real Talk Radio. Featured guest DJs, original shows, the hottest DJs from around the world.
We back, hoes, and welcome to a new week here on WRTR Real Talk Radio. Yeah, thanks for coming back. What's going on, Miss Lyric?
Hey, y'all. Nothing much.
That's
I'm lying. I got a lot to say today.
Do you?
Prepare yourself for a rant about my weekend.
I saw pictures. I saw videos.
You did?
I did, and I was very happy. I saw you back in your element. It reminded me of, when I used to go outside, and that was nice, That was reminiscent. Why don't you introduce our guest host? We have a guest host this week. We decided to do something a little different. One of our longtime supporters, well, actually not longtime, actually new supporter, but has been, just reaching out, having different things to say that were insightful, and I thought it might be fun to bring him onto the show. So without further ado, what it do, Eddie?
Hey, how's it going, family?
How are you?
I am well, blessed, highly favored of the Lord, and very happy to be in y'all house. I promise to respect y'all couch.
I mean, we have a nice studio set up for you. You like everything,
I'm digging it. I mean, look, this is what I do. This just happens to be my house.
We got hors d'oeuvres in the back.
Wondering if he was gonna wear the hat. Wasn't you wondering if he was gonna wear the hat?
I was.
Oh man,
I'm here for it.
Me too. I mean,
howdy.
It's definitely your staple.
But see, look, I'm gonna tell y'all this how good y'all are. Y'all inspired me because I said, "Oh, I'm gonna get a good promo shot either, but not with this jacked up webcam, which is why I don't use my phone. I didn't have time to set my phone up right, and I haven't done it in forever on my phone. But I was like, when I get out for this, I'll get to the good camera. Exactly. I'm gonna take this cute logo I see up here. Side by side. Boom.
We are not
family.
mad.
I'm on the radio. Listen to me.
Hey. I talk about how you like kids and pointing at you.
Certified pedophile.
Yes. Like
that's a
you walk in the convenience store, you just trying to get your hot dog from 7-Eleven. Somebody walk by you, A minor. Like, I mean, like Drake has had a fucked up ass summer to then double down with this award. Wow. So the headline says last night's 2024 BET Awards was a star-studded celebration of Black excellence in music, film, and sports. Here are some of the biggest winners. Exactly.
Why is she the only one who's winning all these awards? For what?
She the only
Pink
one
Friday
that-
2 literally just came out like a couple months ago. Why?
Oh, that's a very good point, though. Yes, because they're looking at the whole last year.
I don't understand that.
Huh. You are right.
That's why I side eye, because I'm like, okay, yes, she's done what she's done for hip hop, but she's not the only female rapper though.
Right.
You gotta start giving flowers to these other girls. It wasn't
You
a
had
whole
Little
bunch
Kim
of
and
views.
Foxy on the same Little Kim and Foxy on the same magazine covers. I mean,
Right.
come
I mean,
on.
even they had their little beef or whatever.
Right, but I'm saying, but right.
Where it was only one person allowed to
Right.
be in a
They
space
keep
and
it.
everybody else
They
is
keep
treated like peons. I don't like that.
Me either, but
It's
you
not,
know what?
it's not like that in the male part of hip hop. Why
Yes,
gotta
it
be
is.
like
And
that
males
for
run it.
females? I hate it. I hate it.
I thank God that the Viacom has them, right? Still.
I think so.
Every time I look up or think something wrong about BET, I blame Viacom. It might be the cat house. Every time I was like, this wasn't just niggas. This.
A lot with black men, and I don't want to. Here we go. I'm not shitting on black men or anything of the sort.
Right.
What I'm saying is that when it comes to experiences with the LGBTQIA, it's a lot more. My experience, it's a lot more that have to be pushed in the direction of acceptance versus those of you that embrace it the way that Marlon has so gracefully.
But you know who I blame? The colonizers. No, the colonizers. No, and here we go. Let's go. History. Boom.
It is. This is oppressed people.
Go back to
people.
them African tribes. Go back to them African tribes. All right. Now they had different practices in different places. In some places they threw away twins. In some places they did not deal with albino children. But in most cases, I learned that that was never a thing when it came to them in sexuality and gender. That was never ever a thing. And those cultures and a lot of Native American cultures, they celebrated those people because they said, "Oh my God, you carry two spirits in you." They believed that you carried the spirit of the male and the female, and that was an awesome thing. Those people also were kind of like, when we think about our extended families and we have the aunts and uncles that help raise the children and that sort of thing, they were a very integral part of society in a lot of cases. But when good old King James, his crew, and the Bible he corrupted, that's a whole nother conversation, came over in there and started imposing all that stuff on us. And then a piece I forgot about that I learned about today, you had that period where when we were brought over as slaves, where we were continuously bringing slaves over, right? So you still had African influence from the motherland pumping in. So we still retained certain things. But then when the slave trade got cut off and America said, fuck y'all, we still keeping our slaves because we can domesticate and breed them, we lost a lot. We lost a lot of morals, values, and that sort of thing. And
what is it that you feel is superior? Because we best you in athletics. We are
all the
more
things.
More intelligent. We
All the things.
are actually
Politics.
able to go out into the sun without burning to a crisp. Like, there are so many different things that us as just melanated people and who we are, that like when you've literally spent your entire life stealing everything from everywhere, you then are scared of having
the
this
recipient
thing taken back. They literally have nothing, everything. And this is, I'm not dragging white people. What I'm saying is that, what is your culture?
Music, sports, like you said. What have you contributed? Even to things that were made for the U.S. inventions. What have you contributed?
Niggas be nigging wherever we are. There's always, black people are always like, whatever situation and wherever we find ourselves, we automatically gravitate to the
because you came over to Africa and invented this concept of race. Okay?
You did.
And if we had been left alone,
leave me
on
alone
our own, if we were respected as equals, You wouldn't have gone down this track of stealing everything that you claim is yours now and being so desperate to keep it. And will you speak to that?
It's a mess. Anyway, asking what you all think, and I guess I'll open it to our current panel before I start reading the answers. What do you think?
Yes.
What do you think, Mr. Eddie P? What we going on?
Oh God, that is so multi-layered, and I'm trying to keep it short. I will say,
what is killing relationships now?
I think on some level, part of the problem is that relationships, while they still exist, the context in which we view them, what they're supposed to be, has changed. How do we get to know each other? Is kind of what I'm trying to say before you get into any of these long-term relationships. And I know a lot of reasons why people jump into them really quick and what have you, but I feel that a lot of it starts with it starting off wrong, and it probably being something that didn't necessarily, especially think about it as a gay man, something that should have been a friendship versus a sexual hookup or even a romantic encounter.
That is true. What you think, Miss Lear?
I would have to say unrealistic expectations, unhealed trauma, terrible communication.
Horrible.
Those are my top 3.
Off the internet, Menu Cook says people
is just find that dream, stop making excuses, remove all of the obstacles in your head, start small, go get it.
There you go.
Love that.
Moving this weight, I got to move this weight so I can take baby on a date. It's going to be great, great, great. Gotta move this weight on the new self-titled album, Little Hop Along, including other tracks like If You're Ever Down in Texas by my book, and The Only Snakes I Like Are on My Feet, as well as Crambone, the gospel trap remix, as well as She Gon' Get This Package, featuring Tariq from Alabama Elementary. Out here moving this weight, I got to move this weight so I can take baby on a date. It's going to be great, great, great. Gotta move this weight on the new self-titled album, Little Hop Along, including other tracks like If You're Ever Down in Texas by my book, and The Only Snakes I Like Are on My Feet, as well as Crambone, the gospel trap remix, as well as She Gon' Get This Package, featuring Tariq from Alabama Elementary.
This author is a Midwest native who discovered the writing bug as an undergraduate at Truman State University. He has since become a published writer who has crafted prose across multiple genres, including biblical, family, relationship themes, and credits Sandra Brown, Harlan Coben, Neil Gaiman, and Walter Mosley as his favorite authors. He is an active member of the American Writers and Artists Institute. With this affiliation, he's a graduate of the Long Ridge Writers Group and is also affiliated with the St. Louis Writers Guild and many other groups. God's plan for his life is writing, and he aspires to join the New York bestsellers list with future plans to write stage and screenplays. He's a contributing author to The Blood and the People, making him a veteran from from a Black perspective, excuse me. Please welcome Mr. Ken Compton. Ken, how you doing today?
Well, Robin, how are you?
Good. I'm so glad that we can finally hear you and that we have the opportunity to speak today. Just quickly, I had the opportunity to read both Graffiti Park, which is an amazing story, but it is quite different from the also dynamic piece, Geraldine in the People. Just to quickly go over your first piece from this anthology, Graffiti Park, I interpreted that the detective Steve was white and he was also experiencing spiritual warfare and mental anguish that was triggered by hearing someone that raped a lady, Terry, who I believe was also white. But this was in an urban community. His own experiences seem to have been that he was abused as a child, and his unresolved anger was not helping him to function as a healthy person day to day in his role as a detective. Can you share the connection of his emotional trauma to the historical mural wall that is repeated over and over in Graffiti Park? And also, can you talk with us about the mysterious old lady?
All right. Well, thank you for the question. Steve actually has no necessarily not a connection to the mural wall, but he does have his own history with the Irish mystic whose name is Beatrice in Graffiti Park. He is connected with her. He has a history as a child, and then coming into his own as an adult, who is a great detective in this fictional universe. He encounters her again while trying to solve a crime, and it just so happens she witnesses the assault of this young lady. So it creates a little bit of a mystery as far as how it all ties in together.
Okay. So from what I've seen in our society, leading successful lives tends to be a theme of adults who have suffered trauma or lacked having what they need during their younger traumas. Can you share the background and some of the development tone that you have for Graffiti Park when creating it?
Well, with Steve, who is the protagonist of Graffiti Park, you know, as I mentioned, he has come into his own. He is one of the best detectives that's in this universe of characters that I have created. But what I want people to know is, even though you lead successful lives and things like that, and you know, we all have a bag of rocks to carry. And for those who are familiar with this story, you'll know that his big flaw is that he's harboring anger towards his mother and father, you know. And I want people to know that Graffiti Park it's a place not necessarily of danger. It just depends on what you bring with you. In this case, while Steve was trying to do his job, he brought in that anger into Graffiti Park, and he experiences a lot of these different things that you see throughout the story while in the park.
Now, moving over to a much more short and sweet story, but as impactful story as Graffiti Park, Geraldine from the People was actually a story of Barbara, who was an administrator at a hospice, and she was caring for Mr. Thomas, who seemed to be in his last days there at the facility. After not being able to make the visit to her own father, Barbara that is, due to him suddenly passing away 2 days after she had spoken with him on the phone, she felt deep regret. What is the purpose for Mr. Thomas being in her path at that time?
You know, closure is one thing that I've come to realize is a big thing with me. I found it just creeping up in my writing, Graffiti Park and the story, Geraldine. And of course, the guilt that Barbara felt, she failed her father. You know, not knowing that he was going to pass away. He just had one more wish, and that was seeing his daughter one more time. You know, in the case of Mr. Thomas, she saw an opportunity to help someone where she had failed her father. She wanted to help someone in his last days on the earth. And in that, she was able to find some closure for herself.
Thank you so much for that insight. And Mr. Thomas's memory of Geraldine seemed to have been tied to his greatest years as a successful man, owning his own property and home. what is the message you intended to convey to the readers about both Barbara's services to Mr. Thomas and Mr. Thomas finally being able to communicate more clearly when he was on his way and while at home?
Well, you know, everything happens so fast with him, you know, as far as illnesses and things. And we all don't get an opportunity to, in our last days, to do the things that we kind of want to do. And but Barbara, in doing research for this story, I was actually some feedback that I was given from an actual nurse, you know, and I mentioned this in the story, how it's uncommon for an administrator to take an interest in the residents. But of course, she took an interest in him. You know, she was able to help him and in a way, find a way to help herself, which was totally unexpected. It was just in the end, a feeling that came over her, you know, as she helped him do the big thing that he wanted to do. And also being an author, there's always a little bit of mystery, and you know, in every story that I write. So the whole idea of who Geraldine really is was kind of what I hope would keep readers turning pages, even though it's a short piece. So.
Now, I don't know how far apart these two literary works, both Geraldine and Graffiti Park, were actually written, but I wanted to know, from your perspective and doing more so work in terms of using the theme closure, do you think that both of these stories were written at different times to where you dealt with closure differently for your own personal events that have occurred?
Actually, yes. You know, closure is something that, you know, I have dealt with in my life, dealing with things that have happened in the past. And I'm hearing that from a couple of other authors too. And I didn't even know that closure was going to be a big thing for me.
Yeah.
But it just so happens that it has been. And even in the first story of the series that I'm going to write, closure, once again, is a huge thing for the antagonist of that story. So, you know, I'm glad that I was able to be a part of this anthology to share a longer piece and a short piece, and to put in the idea of closure for both of them, you know, in a longer and a short piece. So I am grateful for that.
Yeah, I'm totally grateful too. And just both of them having strong differences as far as conclusion is concerned, Kent. That's the reason why I asked about the, you know, the things that you might have been going through when writing Graffiti Park, because it seems like it almost hit a cliffhanger. And then with Geraldine, it's like we had this divinity when it came to, you know, closure and them both having hope toward the end. So thank you so much for your time and contributing to both pieces. And you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Media outlets. Back to the show.
Welcome back to From a Black Perspective. Shouts out again to Robin and Monica. Monica, that was a very, very deep story. We're now here with author Ken Compton. Ken Compton is a native of St. Louis, Missouri. He's also a graduate of Truman State University and a fellow chapter member in the mighty Muta chapter of Phi Beta Sigma alongside author Eddie Pierce. In his childhood, he was inspired by authors R.L. Stein and Christopher Pike. He's been writing since 2007. He's also contributed to the series From a Black Perspective, The Blood, where he published an excerpt of Graffiti Park, a surreal crime drama series of the same. Now, Ken, we can go ahead with your reading.
Thank you so much, JD, and thank you to Rainbow Room Publishing, all of our viewers, for spending time with us this afternoon. My reading is indeed Geraldine, taken from a Black Perspective, The People. Lights out was at 9:30 p.m., and 218 was the last room Barbara had to inspect. She peered inside where a moonlit window illuminated a frail man resting on an angled Tempur-Pedic in an otherwise dark, somber space. There was something familiar about him. His silver hair was unkempt. His eyes were partially opened. His brown skin was cluttered with moles, and breathing tubes nestled at the nostrils instead of the mouth left him free to speak. The man turned and met her interest. Her father had had the same sunken face. I miss Geraldine, he said. Come again, sir? I miss Geraldine. Barbara hesitated. The man looked away. I'll send a care team member to assist you, she said before departing. Barbara Noble, administrator, had been newly inscribed on the door plate of the large office at the end of the hall. The Safe Haven hospice logo greeted her from the computer screen once she was seated behind the cherrywood desk. Curiosity inspired a few keystrokes that brightened the monitor with a patient list. Melvin Henry Thomas resided in 218, age 81, stage 4 emphysema, one grandson in the Marines overseas, no other known relatives, no mind-fogging side effects from treatment, no one named Geraldine. Oh well. Barbara messaged a care attendant, and logged off. The burgundy executive chair cooled her back as she reclined. It was uncommon for administrators to take personal interest in residents, but Mr. Thomas's resemblance to her father disrupted objectivity. I need to see you today, Barbs, he said some Tuesday morning not long ago. Daddy, I can't. It's a 4-hour drive, and I just started a new job in a hospice. I'll come this weekend and bring you those Crown Candy chocolates. I don't need chocolate. I need to see my only daughter as soon as possible. She laughed it off and replied, I'll see you this weekend. 2 days later, he died of heart failure. The permeating stink of sickly bodies greeted her upon arriving at Safe Haven early the next day. A gulp of brew broke the stench as she walked towards the stairwell, avoiding the wait for the elevator. On the second floor, room 218 was to the left, where not much had changed from the night before. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. She stepped inside and placed her coffee and purse on the bedside table. Is there anything a staff member or I can do for you? The familiar face greeted her. I miss Geraldine. Who was Geraldine? And I'll end my reading there.
Thank you, Ken, for that amazing story. Based on experience from me, taking care of an elderly, my grandfather. So this kind of gives kind of an insight on what we have to deal with, especially with our elderly. The personality of the main character, which you've spoken of, seems to me that she's a professional caregiver. And it's so clear, but did you also draw any personal experience as a caregiver on this story?
I actually don't have any experience with caregiving myself, especially someone experiencing, facing death themselves. But this piece was inspired by my grandmother, who I speak of in the author's note. And she truly did miss Geraldine, as I mentioned. And people often ask, well, where do you get your ideas? They ask authors that all the time. And I used something that my grandmother used to say when she went through that, missing Geraldine, and I just turned it into a story.
Well, we appreciate that. And then let's take a question from our audience. When can we expect the first novel in the series Graffiti Park?
Well, what I can tell you is that Graffiti Park is indeed underway. I have started the writing of the novel. What I can also say is that I'm reusing characters that are in the short story, as well as introducing new characters as well. I don't have an exact timeline, but believe me, to those who were a fan of the short story, I appreciate all of your encouragement, and believe me, it is coming. So I won't disappoint you. I hope I don't.
Well, thank you for that. And we'll be looking forward to that Graffiti Park. And thank you, Ken, for your time. And we're going to go to another commercial break.
Thank you.
Available now from Screenwriter Inc. Becoming a Fearless Author by Crystal Renee Silver.
I've learned my lesson now. The mirror only showed the mask I wore. It's time to look inside. Reflections will not haunt me anymore. I found a new philosophy. I'm finally humble. Can't you see? Look at me. I'm not the lonely woman desperate for your praise. I don't need servants now to bring me things on trays. Humility has set me free. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I don't know if she is.
I've been thinking too much lately, thinking about time and how love changes, how things could have been, the mistakes I've made. I feel stuck in the past. I hate feeling stuck. Gotta move on. But before I can do that, I have to fix the past.
Both inside and outside of the mainstream to advance a counterculture that opposes the racist stereotypes propagated in white-owned media and culture. As a young Black man who was once a young Black boy on Section 8, Lamar witnessed the escalating tensions in his own drug-infested community amongst gang members, senseless murders, and the overt tactics used by law enforcement that often occurred in his neighborhood. So it was not difficult for him to use and implement the gritty urban verbiage that described the experiences and emotions of most Black people during 2015 and beyond. Even though race relations between Black people and law enforcement from the summer of 2015 to that currently in 2022 have continued to escalate with violent acts of inequality, Lamar, through his lyrics, declares there is hope and that we, as a people, will stand up to these injustices and continue to fight for those whose voices often go unheard. As contemporary hip hop artists, and from his perspective, Lamar is acknowledging that we are not dependent on a country built on the backs of our enslaved ancestors to make it all right, but to appreciate and understand our struggle as a people and how music has always provided us with a cathartic release for our hurt and or anger. NPR writer Andrew LeBon explained Lamar's inspiration for All Right and why music is important to him by affirming, the author of the upcoming book promised that you will sing about me, the power and poetry of Kendrick Lamar. Lewis interviewed Lamar after release to Pimp a Butterfly and learned the artist was inspired to write All Right by a trip to South Africa, specifically the cell on Robben Island where Nelson Mandela was in prison. Similarly, Lamar told NPR in a 2015 interview that he was thinking about the history of chattel slavery in this country. 400 years ago, as slaves, we prayed and sung joyful songs to keep our heads level-headed with what was going on, Lamar said. 400 years later, we still need that music to heal. And I think that All Right is definitely one of those records that makes you feel good no matter what the times are. By his own recognition, Lamar provides us insight into his inspiration for All Right. Concerning Black oppression and why the history of it continues to manifest for Black people in the forms of police brutality, the lack of economic opportunities, and the mass incarceration of African Americans at an alarming rate when compared to other ethnicities. Consequently, music, especially Black music, has been a healing force in our communities, and so has our relationship with it. As previously acknowledged by James Brown, Marvin Gaye, and now Lamar, Black protest music, whether legendary or contemporary, has the potential to not only heal our people, but also to let the world know that we will not continue to be victimized by our oppressors. Additionally, the music video for All Right received 4 nominations at the 2015 MTV Music Awards, including Video of the Year and Best Male Video, confirmed by the radio station 97.9. However, Lamar only won 2 Grammys that night for Best Rap Performance and Best Rap Song for his song, I. On the contrary, it is the intense and powerful live performance of All Right by Lamar that gave the world a visual representation of what struggle looks like for African Americans who constantly have to deal with racism, white supremacy, and in his words, the popo, at the BET Music Video Awards in 2015. In his live performance on BET on June 28, 2015, with an oversized, battered, and torn American flag, while on top of a police car, Lamar begins his lyrical anthem by chanting the infamous line from the movie The Color Purple, "All's my life, I had to fight." This dialogue occurs in the classic movie with Sophia, played by Oprah Winfrey, declares her independence and refuses to let another man, including her husband, Harpo, brutalize or violate her ever again. In response to the use of Lamar's sample of her work, Alice Walker recounted, "I'm happy for him. I think he's understanding that it is the truth of it, especially for poor people and people of color in this country. We've had to fight all our lives. And it's a good thing that we can talk about it across generations." Lamar's performance was not only a triumph that night on BET in 2015, it was also an exorbitant display of masterful lyrics that were further substantiated by having Black men on stage that were incarcerated. Others walked in a chain gang from the Jim Crow era, which illustrated that despite the madness of racism, white privilege, and oppression, there will always be hope that Black people will prevail and overcome. Scholar Narako Manambi elaborates further about his performance by writing, "More than the lyrics themselves, it is a paratext of visuals in the form of performances and the music that has connected All Right with police brutality." On June 28, 2015, Lamar's caused a controversy at the BET Awards when he performed a song on top of a police car, backed by the enormous projection of a tattered American flag. The symbolism of a police car conquered by hip-hop graffiti and serving as a stage for African-American star was evidently too much for Geraldo Rivera, who grumbled on Fox News, "This is why I say hip-hop has done more damage to young African-Americans than racism." Lamar retorted on TMZ that the song was about hope, not hatred, and refocused the problem of reality of police brutality rather than on the way it was being expressed in hip-hop. In contrast to his live performance at various venues, the video for All Right was shot in all Black and white, which set the mood for several white policemen carrying a car while a young Black man is lying on the ground. This specific image can be perceived either as pallbearers carrying a coffin or bringing a symbolic death to the Black Lives Matter movement. By the end of the musical narrative, shot and killed by a police officer from a lamppost, but ultimately dies with a subtle smile on his face. As he falls to the ground after being shot to death, he attempts to complete the monologue that he started at the beginning of the video. Whether his lyrics are a masterful wordplay or politically motivated as a member of the hip-hop community, his activism and awareness are evident in the contemporary version of the Black anthem, known as All Right. Reminiscent of the famous We Shall Overcome protest song during the Civil Rights Movement with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Black nationalism of Malcolm X. When we talk about the systematic oppression, white supremacy, and the ultimate deaths of Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice, George Floyd, and countless other Black people, mainstream music consistently avoids these issues. However, the chosen one, music consistently known as Kendrick Lamar, has never shied away from taking a stance as an artist and a conscious Black man, similar to much rap and hip hop. Lamar evokes past events and their surrounding cultural politics as a way of interpreting the present day issue of colorism in African American communities. He addresses a history of discrimination shared by Africans and African Americans based in Eurocentric colonial practices. Lamar's engagement relates to the blues matrix because through his music, he reinterprets ancestral experiences of discrimination as a way of understanding the pain caused by racism in the present, according to Hefferman. His words also evoke his memories as a child who grew up in a neighborhood full of gangbangers and crime and with minimal opportunities for survival. Therefore, it is his own self-awareness that is apparent as the foundation for his lyrics, All Right. Because while he knows that he has made it out of the hood, many African Americans, including Lamar, are still struggling to exist in the midst of police violence, systematic oppression, and overt discrimination, the vestiges which remain from slavery. While his lyrics are infused with jazz, African drums, and Afro beats, Lamar provides a definitive narrative of the Black struggle and engaging in political activism with cautious, optimistic backdrop that constantly looms in the background. For example, it was during the multiple protests across the country that the hard-hitting chorus, "We gonna be all right," channeled protesters' rage as they shouted it on the streets. Soon, videos of protesters chanting and thought pieces about the song's connection to the Black Lives Matter movement flooded the internet, according to Gilead. Moreover, the research into Lamar and his inspirations to write such a conscious and resonating song can benefit the systematic study of past artists such as James Brown and Marvin Gaye to contemporary artists and their protest and resistance music. Alternatively, we as a society can formulate a psychological analysis of Kendrick Lamar as an activist and his compositions in relation to the perceptual, sentimental, and social responses to the contemporary anthem, All Right. From either perspective, the rap song is and has remained a part of pivotal moments in 2015 for Black history and American tragedies. Saheed Joseph avows, All Right is a song that moves beyond Kendrick Lamar's personal tragedy, directing his words to be relevant to the larger context of the Black Lives Matter movement. According to Cone, the important contribution of the blues is their affirmation of Black humanity in the face of immediate absurdity. All Right is used as a protest song that affirms Black humanity in the context of police killing. The statement from Saeed captures All Right's necessity and validity as an anthem for Black Lives Matters movement and the continued struggle that Black people face every day of their lives in a place where all humans are allegedly equal. Then there's Lamar's fourth album release, Damn, in 2017, the most significant production of his career to date because it's garnered him a Pulitzer Prize for music. The album, according to music historians, won Best Rap Album and is the first of its kind to win a Pulitzer Prize despite it not being jazz or non-classical work. Lamar was bestowed this honor on April 16, 2018. According to History.com, it affirms that it was the first time the award had gone to a musical work outside the genres of classical music and jazz, a watershed moment for the Pulitzers and Lamar and a sign of the American cultural elite's recognition of hip-hop as a legitimate artistic medium. No other artist in hip-hop genre or history has received this exceptional award for their lyrical compositions. However, one can firmly disagree that Lamar winning it made him legitimate. To clarify this perception, The Chosen One was an established, introspective, talented, and observant Black rapper from Compton, already crowned as a messiah by the hip-hop world long before the Pulitzer Prize Board decided to characterize him as being legitimate. Even with this prestigious award, Lamar has remained humble, coincidentally, the name of one of his hit singles from the Damn album, because he continues to produce effectual, conscious music, also found in the Black Panther soundtrack, where he is credited for writing 14 of his compositions. Over the course of 4 albums, Lamar has been awarded 13 Grammys. He's only trailing behind Jay-Z and Kanye West, both of whom have won 24 apiece. But music historians feel it will not be long before The Chosen One surpasses them at some point in his career. However, when asked about his activism, his music, and his perception and his audacity to have hope that the Black struggle will eventually overcome, Kendrick responds by saying in an interview with Inosul Ahmad, I have a greater purpose, he says. God put something in my heart to get across. And that's what I'm going to focus on, using my voice as an instrument and doing what he needs to be done. What James Brown, Marvin Gaye, and contemporary artist Kendrick Lamar have done with their voices, self-awareness, and lyrical compositions have proven that as Black artists, they were and are aware of what's going on. And that did not stand, and they did not stand by and do nothing as they observed their people going through the struggle of white supremacy, racism, discrimination, and a plethora of societal ills that continue to hammer this country based on the atrocity from the past. What's more, even though Brown and Gaye were not politicians or Baptist ministers like Dr. King, they also experienced discrimination, police brutality, and overt racist acts of segregation as young Black boys who grew up in Washington, D.C. and Augusta, Georgia. Then their experiences were repetitive in the music industry, not being allowed to eat in restaurants with white people, being followed by the KKK, or seeing the multiple colored only signs on buildings that they could only enter from the back as young men who were traveling the country on tour buses. As a result, these social experiences and the political stances are fully verbalized in Brown's Say It Loud and Gaye's What's Going On, as interpretive anthems from 2 legendary Black men who refused to let civil unrest go unnoticed. Whereas Lamar, a contemporary artist born decades after Brown and Gaye, utilizes the lyrical thesis of all right, not to spread hate, as Geraldo Rivera alleged, but to remind Black people that the struggle has not ended because we are still here. And in the words of Dr. King, we shall overcome. In closing, we must certainly thank James Brown, Marvin Gaye, and Kendrick Lamar for their contributions to the genre of protest music and resistance.
We want to thank Dr. Tamara Hill for that amazing read. Coming from a musical background, I know us as African Americans use music to express our feelings, and then it's an expression of who we are. And the music back then and in this day and time, it kind of speaks to what we deal with on the day-to-day basis, especially with police brutality, oppression, racism. So I applaud Kendrick Lamar and Marvin Gaye and James Brown for standing up for what they believe in. Being an artist, sometimes we get boggled down with so many things that goes on in our community, and having a purpose behind that gift, you need to make sure that you're changing someone's life in a positive, in a positive way. We can take it, a perception of what the music really is, but the story behind, the artist's gift and their music speaks a lot of, what they're feeling. So we do thank again Dr. Tamara Hill for that amazing read. And we're going to take a commercial break.
This is Phil Esteem, founder of the Esteem Awards. Since 2007, the Esteem Awards has honored local and national organizations and individuals for their continued support and service of the African American and LGBTQ plus communities in the areas of entertainment, media, civil rights, business, and the arts. This year, July 1st, 2023, we will be hosting our free event from 1 to 3 p.m. at Sidetrack in Chicago. That address is 3349 North Holsted. Now, while we're waiting to obtain our funding from our various sources, we find it necessary to have this GoFundMe campaign. I hope that you will support us by giving us whatever you can to support our marketing, banners, setup fees for the awards. And remember, every little bit counts. You can visit GoFundMe.com/F as in Frank /16th Annual Esteem Awards. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Please consider donating to the GoFundMe campaign and don't miss the 16th Annual Esteem Awards. Back to the show.
All right, y'all. So I'm back. I hope you missed me. I got some great co-hosts, man. Robin and JD. Just all day, man. I love them. And I hope you all enjoyed these readings, man. I said it on several occasions, as the one that had the privilege, I should say, of working with them and editing them over and over again, or reading it, for our purposes of editing. And to be honest, there really was not a lot that needed to be changed in any case. But every time I read it and I'm looking at all these videos in preparation for today, I had just been thoroughly inspired, entertained, educated by all of our contributing authors. And I hope that you all feel the same way. Now, we come to my favorite part of this whole get up. So for anybody that did this with us last year, you may remember that we did a series of tribute videos where I go around behind the authors' backs and I talk to all of their loved ones. And I asked them to just send some love and some encouragement to the authors. You know, everything that I try to do, but I need some help to really push them out there sometimes and to just to remind them that of how great they are and what they're doing. So yeah, and I saw somebody in the comment was like the wardrobe change. Yeah, baby, Diana Ross, circa 1980, 1989. You're gonna get at least three changes. So I'm gonna spin around like Wonder Woman and bam, I'm at the homeland. We'll talk about that some more later. But and that's so cute that I saw that comment from Senya because we had some backstage talk. Thank God we can do that and keep everything moving good. But last year when we did this, and I see a couple of comments about the shirt, and actually that's why I've been wearing it for like months. This one and the previous one. Get on over to heritagehill.com. We were unable to get an ad from them in time enough for today. But yeah, if you dig in the gear, man, Lord knows I love it. I done wore this one like 3 times since y'all saw me at karaoke. And you'll see a video replay of that if you didn't see it earlier today when I remind you of the prizes. Those of you who are already contacted in the comments, there'll be an opportunity for you to identify your prizes. But the matter at hand. So last year not last year, when we did the last book, you know, this is just always tricky because, you know, you get people that have some nerves and you got schedules and we all adults. It's hard to get this sort of thing done. And so it had just been burning my heart. I'm not gonna lie to you that I did not have one for Miss Senya Haynes in all of her greatness. So Senya Haynes, how you feeling, sis? Hold on, here it comes. Here it comes. So, baby, sister, historian, author, actress, and all of it. Actually, I didn't even need to say all that because I'm about to show you in a second what all she does. Senya, hang on, and you're going to love this. I promise you, you will.
We gonna talk after the show, Eddie.
Yes, we will.
Senya Haynes. Oh my gosh, let me just say a little bit about this woman. She is one of the most talented people that I know, and I am so honored that I can call her one of my very close friends. In case you don't know this woman, not only is she an amazing actress, she is also a great writer, poet, visual artist, and she is working on this amazing collection of children's books called Jayla Johns. And as an educator, they just blow my mind. So, Senya, I just have to say, I am so excited that you are going to be your writing is going to be included in the anthology of Black Perspective, The People. I can't wait to get my copy. And I love your cover art, The Voyage. It's heavy, and we need a book like this now. Thank you, Senya, for being Senya. And I am so, so proud of you. I'm glad that you're my friend.
Eddie, you stalking my Facebook page, finding my friends.
Baby, that's the only way I can get it. That's the funny part about all this is that the last time we did this, you know, it's like I had to look at people that I knew mutually with each author. And, you know, me and Senya, we've been rocking since almost 5 years. And for anybody who does not remember, maybe you might even forgot, we met on my 40th birthday, the night that we did the November Novels Writers Month event at the Oak Park Library. And there I was doing my presentation, and Senya asked a very insightful question out of the audience, and we've been like this since, and we've been rolling and Johnson and everything else. But Senya, any words you want to give to Sarah? She's actually listening.
Is she? Wow, and she's here too. I'm glad you found her. Yeah. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for hunting her down and getting that. And Sarah's not so shabby herself, y'all. Just to know, she is the founder of Chi-Town Sugar Films. I've worked with her extensively as an actress. And I actually need to make a button. My director makes muffins because on all of her sets, she bakes muffins. They're delicious. But she does
craft services too.
Yeah, right.
Girl, yes.
But that's not her crowning achievement, though. One thing that I really appreciate about Sarah is she is about the business of honesty and racial healing and dealing, and all of her sets are diverse, behind the camera as in addition to in front, which is very important. If you're in the industry, you know how it kind of blanches as soon as you get off screen. And she is my friend that I can have honest talks about brutal stuff across lines with, and I really appreciate that. So thanks for finding her, and thank you for the shout out, Sarah.
All right. We'll get back to Senya in a second, you all. We have a number of amazing things to talk about with Senya. And last thing that I want to say, first and foremost, thank you, Sarah, once again. And surprise for Senya, she don't know. But if you remember the ad I had just a second ago with actor Harold Dennis, he did this amazing trailer of all of his different works. Sarah has given me access to everything that Senya has done on camera. And baby, we gonna pull one of those out in our weekly Where Are They Now, kind of thing, to remind you all that they're not just doing this great literary work, or in Senya's case, doing this great artwork, visual artwork. We gotta get that in the picture. Come on, move over here, table. Work with me. But yeah, so look forward to that, and definitely look forward to some things with Sarah. Sarah, you are so welcome. Thank you so much. And I had to admit, I was looking through those trailers. I was like, oh, that's her from The Shy. Oh, that's her from Southside. Sarah has worked with everybody. I'm not gonna let y'all bombard her, but I will just say, if you're an actor in the Chicagoland area, a director, anybody in that industry, this is my girl. This is my sister from another mister, and you might need to get at her. But before we belabor the time, because y'all know I would talk forever, I'm trying to keep this thing moving like in church when they say you got to MC, you got to keep the show flowing. So we're going to move on to the next one. Ladies first, as always. So we are moving now. Oh, I love this one. I love this one. I'm not gonna lie. I looked at these and I seriously said, I'm trying to make these folks cry. So y'all do a good job with these videos. And several of these, honestly, they almost brought me to tears. So, Auntie Renee, look up, baby, because you're the backstage and I see you behind the camera. I don't know if you're looking up yet, but you need to now. How you doing, Auntie?
I'm good. What you up to, Eddie?
You're gonna love this. I promise you will. And you are so beautiful. I hope this does not mess up your good Mac. But hold on. Let me show you what I got for you.
Hi to my Aunt Renee. Congratulations. I just wanted to stop by and say I'm so proud of you. I'm so grateful that we have such a innovative person in our lives. You never cease to amaze me. You have your hand in so many different things. And whatever you put your mind to, you always end up delivering. So I cannot wait to enjoy what you have written for us. And I just want to encourage you to say, continue to keep going. And congratulations. I love you very much. Mwah.
Congratulations, Auntie Renee, on this being featured, your piece being featured. Super, super excited for you. More blessings, more love, more life. Congratulations.
Auntie. Any words, any thanks, anything you want to send to the family?
I am very appreciative. I'm glad that I can inspire and keep everybody motivated and let them know that regardless of your age, you can still do things that people say you cannot do. So that's a beautiful thing.
All right, thank you. See, she professional, y'all. She keep it short and sweet. Plus, she busy making these books. She busy at To a Woman's Heart. She is changing lives. She is honestly saving lives and saving souls. We'll talk about that on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all the way through Saturday. But one thing that I love to always talk about with Auntie Renee is that so we were from the same home church. And I was in the choir. I was up under her in the choir, and she would direct and she would lead the songs. But when I tell you that anybody from High Mountain Missionary Church, 919 North Laverne, also known as Dr. Jesse D. Jordan Boulevard, where the pastor is the good right Reverend Pastor Early Johnson Sr., Renee will sing the church down every Sunday morning. And when I tell you, everybody came out of there with their spirits unburdened and lifted and that much closer to God. But then to see her take that same voice and put it to pen and to do that same work, it is just a testament, just like Tamika said, of the fact that anything Renee touches, it's going to get done. And it's going to get done to the utmost of quality. So, Auntie, I just thank you again for this contribution. And I congratulate you again because that is no short thing. I tell people all the time, the Bible says, despise not the day of small beginnings. Now, this isn't even a small beginning, but the idea that you finished our book, which we dropped in February, and then I'm up all night looking at the stuff I'm looking at, and there you are doing your thing like she do so well on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all of it. To a Woman's Heart. Y'all see it on her name. Find it. But when I looked up that night and she was promoting the book, and then she put From a Black Perspective down, and my house cried, tears came up. I almost cried tears. I said, hallelujah, she finished that book. I thought we were going to work on it this summer. She's done, y'all. She's done. But we going to talk about that some more. Go ahead, Auntie. I'm sorry.
You inspired me. And that book had been laying dormant for 10 years.
And I want people to know. Go ahead.
It had been laying dormant for 10 years. And I was contemplating on not releasing it. But then when you came to me and you was like, Auntie, and I was like to myself, I don't know. I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer.
Yes, you are.
So you inspired me to step outside of my comfort zone and do the unthinkable, and I accomplished it. And I do appreciate you for that, for pushing me.
And it's reciprocal. You know how we do in this group, especially. You thank me, I thank you. But it's the ebb and flow. You inspired me for years. Here's my opportunity to give back. And honestly, for anybody, of my age or younger or even older, sometimes that's when we know that we're adults in the sense that we're able to give back to those who poured into us all of our lives. And so for me, this is beyond an act of love. It's beyond so many things that I hope for and prayed for. And as I mentioned to people, the purpose of this book was for everyone in it if they had a solo work to get it out and get it done. But like I said in several interviews recently, y'all can go back and look at them. Auntie just blew my mind. I was like, yeah, it's supposed to happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen that quick. So definitely y'all look forward to, now she's going to be doing a private birthday party release. That means all y'all cats can't come through, but there will be plenty of pub about that. The book is already available on Amazon. It's under her writer's name, Dar Love, and I believe that is a tribute to Darius, correct?
Yes.
If y'all want to know more about Darius, y'all gonna buy that book. And even if you don't want to know more about Darius, y'all gonna buy that book. But we'll make sure that y'all know about that. Look forward to that over the summer. Auntie, I'm gonna get you out of here, and you just hang on and stay pretty. I love this, y'all. I love this. This is my favorite part of everything. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right. So next, let's see who we got up. And Monica, the brought a friend. Look at this. Hey, Muta. For anybody who doesn't know, we went to college together. I'm a Phi Beta Sigma. She's an Alpha Kappa Alpha, and our chapter names are the same. We just pronounce it a little different. Muta, or as I call them, Pretty Muta, and Muta for the Sigmas. But Miss Monica Brown, I love saying it that way because I've heard you in a couple of interviews, and that's how they introduced you. And baby, they hit that Monica Brown real good and real hard. This is for you, baby. Are you ready? Let me see. There it is.
Congratulations, Monica. I just want to say I am very proud of you on becoming a published author and having the strength and the courage to share your story. I love you and congratulations.
Congratulations to all the authors featured in From a Black Perspective. Eddie, thank you so much for, publishing the work of Black authors and putting this out for our community. A very special shout out and congratulations to my line sister, Monica. I'm so very proud of you. And I hope this work is a big success. Not just that, but that your story really touches people and helps them to change their lives. Love you, and I'm so very proud of you.
Monica, girl, I am so proud of you. You have been working on this project for a long time, and I'm so excited that you have been able to share your truth and that you are a published author. Did you hear that? You're a published author, Monica. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. I wish you all the best, and I love you.
Monica, you did it. Welcome to the club of published authors. I want to say I'm so proud of your piece. I'm so proud of what you did and how you did it. You were so transparent and so honest in your writing. You just rather read it immediately. Girl, keep that up. Keep that up right there. I love you and I'm proud of you. Congratulations, you're an author. Yay! Three skiwies to you. Three skiwies. Real, real.
Monica Brown, any comments, any love you want to give back to your line sisters? I got all four of them. I'm the bomb.
Y'all know I miss Sweet Emotions. That got me over here crying, messing up.
They said you were gonna cry.
I love y'all. Thank you so much for your support.
For anybody that does not know, like I said, I already explained the connection between us going to school and, it's just where we were. It was literally at my time, we were lucky to keep 300 Black people on a campus of about 7,000 people. And so it made for a very close knit African American community, even I would even say Black and Brown community, because we did rock real hard with our Latino cousins, that were there. And so, Crystal, of course, we went to high school together. We went to college together. And then several of us came in together as freshmen that were in that video. Actually, Janelle was the one that came in with us. And I believe, was that you and Latrice that came and the last one? Oh, right, Kendra, yes. Yeah, y'all came in my sophomore year, right. Y'all all came in right behind. But we've been friends since then, y'all. This was 97. And so, of course, you see me pop up in that last picture because, I was always a fanboy for some of all of the sororities, to be honest. The Deltas, the AKAs, the Zetas, of course, and the Sigma Gamma Rhos. But we've been rocking like this for a long time, y'all. And I just really wanted this opportunity for everybody, including Monica, because we've been talking about that Memoirs of a Hidden Pain for a long time. And then I'm just recently learning all the other amazing things she does under Comina's Creations. I'm going to play that video with the prizes again so that y'all can see the things that she's contributed to the events. And then to find out that track, if y'all couldn't see it that good, she's actually the voice you hear in the music, Comina Savant. So Monica does it all. And we are working really hard on this. We're aiming to get Memoirs of a Hidden Pain out ideally this November, which is both of our birthday month. Go Scorpios. The rest of y'all will deal. But look forward to that. And of course, we would get there a lot quicker if you all are supporting Comina's Creations as far as the different amazing products that she has. I mean, she got a warehouse of stuff in her house already before she gets to crafting it specifically for you, which you can do within reason. And so, that will help us to get that great work out. And we just so gratified to see how well it was received. Monica, love you, girl. We will see you in a second when we get to the Q&A panel, all right?
All right.
Last but certainly not least, my big brother, in Christ, in blackness, in blue and white Sigma glory. Mr. Ken Compton, the author of what I've been calling Compton's most wanted piece of literature, Graffiti Park. Look at him, bashful, bashful. See, that's how he gonna get to that New York Times bestselling list because he gonna stay humble and he gonna write these great works. But Ken Compton, I got something for you, man. Hold on.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
I know you're not. That's why I do this.
Hi, this is Laura, and I am here to offer my congratulations to Ken Compton, who I'm honored to call a friend, a frat brother, co-St. Louisan. I really enjoyed your story from the second volume of A Black Perspective. It really spoke to me. My parents are elderly, and it's hard. It's really hard. Anyway, great work. I look forward to reading more of your works, and I would love to read the rest of Graffiti Park. So, congratulations, Ken.
Hello, this is Jeremiah here, coming to congratulate my fraternal pops, Eddie, and along with the other authors who contributed to From a Black Perspective, The People is a great piece of work. What I've read so far, I realistically haven't read everything, but what I've read so far has been very good. I especially want to give a shout out and a word of congratulations to one of my biggest nemesis as well as closest friends, Mr. Ken Compton. You did beautiful piece of work here. Your story is very relatable. It tugged at my heartstrings as I shared with you as I navigate that balancing act of um, caring for an older loved one while also trying to get things done that I want to do personally. I don't always get it right, and I identify with your character and some of her missteps and opportunities to try to correct things. I look forward to many more great things from you. I can't wait to see you on that bestsellers list. Many congratulations, and the best is yet to come.
Sorry, I'm messing with too many buttons. Mr. Compton, any words that you want to give back to the family?
Just want to say thank you to Laura and to Jeremiah. My goodness, I wasn't expecting that.
That's what you said last time.
Yeah, just, thank you. Just thank you to both of them. Eddie, once again, thank you to you for not just for me, but speaking on behalf of all of us, giving us a space to express ourselves, be creative, tell our stories, and to just I'm looking forward to more, providing more content for people to enjoy. And this has certainly been inspirational to me. And I just want to thank everybody. So, yeah, thank you.
You are more than welcome, my brother. It's similar to what I said to Auntie Renee that I look at someone who is in a sense an elder just because you're a few years older. And we only gonna say a few because we ain't gonna date me. You look good for your age, but it's just been the joy to watch you. And I have said it in our private groups with the frat and in other places, and I was saying here publicly once again. Ken Compton, if y'all like my writing, Ken Compton writes circles around me. When I look at his word choice, his phrasing, see, he being bashful, I'm telling the truth. His word choices, his phrasing. If anything, probably the hardest thing Ken deals with, which we all deal with, is trying to stop editing. And I always remind everybody that even the greats are reading their stuff in front of people they've already made billions and they've already won awards, and they still look down at their work and they want to take a red pen to it. So that's encouragement to everybody. And the idea of, yes, wanting to revise and wanting to make sure that it's right is great. And that is what the author's supposed to do. I, as the publisher, am the one that's supposed to say, all right, Ken, this is where we cut it. We're going to make some changes. We will make it in the second edition. kind of thing. But another thing that I wanted to make sure everyone knows is that with Ken as well, we're aiming to try to get, we said this last time, so Ken, we got to do it this time. We said that we aiming to see more of Graffiti Park, ideally the first book in the series of the same name, ideally around his birthday in December, so y'all can bless him for his birthday and for Christmas by buying that book. And also, if there are any little tidbits we can drop, maybe if y'all love on him some more, we can get Ken to like write a few things that he can share with us over the summer. Because honestly, like I told him, I see him on that bestsellers list. I see it. I see it. If you've never followed Ken on Facebook, just go look at his page right now. I think he still got it up. But he had the New York Times news building right behind him in his profile. And for me, you talk about seeing that rainbow years ago. Yeah. I see that. And that for me is God saying, oh, it's done. And so we're going to do everything we can to not only get the work done, but build up that awesome anticipation. Because for anybody who does not know the business, when it comes to getting on that list, you have to sell an amazing amount of books in a week from, I think, Tuesday to Tuesday or something like that. I'll research it. So when we tell y'all this book is dropping, y'all better buy it, especially for all of y'all that's been like me, like Ken. And I told him, I'll put it out there. We've been talking about it, the frat brothers and the sorority sisters, and I threatened Ken. I said, if he does not have this book by his birthday, all of the blue and white will show up on his porch with red paint to throw it on his paraphernalia. So y'all heard it from me. Look, Ken, you know how we do. You know how I do. Okay, this is the publisher calling you out. All right. So I'm going to let you drop out for a second and so we can keep everything moving. And this last one actually is for everyone involved. So last time we had the awesome opportunity of working with the world-renowned best-selling author, New York Times author, James Earl Hardy, author of the B-Boy Blues series of books, which turned into a stage play and recently turned into a film. And so he did a tribute for Brother Donnell Bonaparte, who's in the first book there, From a Black Perspective, The Blood. And he actually already endorsed his work and said that that's the New York Times bestselling and Amazon bestselling book as well, Walking to Jupiter. So we're going to be looking forward to that. But I asked him, hey, do me a favor. Send all of us some love. You know, I can't do it all by myself. And he said, sure, I'll do it, but what should I do? And I said, well, go back and look at what Brother James did for you and draw some inspiration. And when I tell you he drew some awesome inspiration, he did. So you all hold on and we will pull that up now.
My friends, congratulations on completing From a Black Perspective, Volume 2, The People. I look forward to reading this new volume of work. I know it's going to be a magical experience. I look forward to joining you for the third volume. In the meantime, Renee, Senya, Monica, Ken, Tamara, Eddie, enjoy the fruits of your labor. Thank you for using your superpowers and keeping our voices heard. And I look forward to using my superpowers as well for the next volume. Take care. Love you.
I want that shirt.
I know. That's pretty awesome.
Share. Anybody as far as, thanks to Darnell or anything of that nature?
I thank you again for the encouragement. And I want that shirt. So
I got something for y'all in a second, so I hope y'all like it as much as y'all love this shirt. But like I said, I'll make sure y'all know where to get it. I'm not buying that one for y'all, but y'all can get it. I'll tell you where to get it. And while y'all talk about t-shirts, let's not forget now, Auntie Renee and To a Woman's Heart. We got several of those, and I'm gonna show those again for the prizes. But she has some amazing t-shirts out there as well. In addition to copies of To a Woman's Heart, and several of those will be prizes. But Senya, Monica, Renee, anything that you want to say before we close out the tribute section and hit another commercial?
Just thanks for the love. And you sat this one out, but I'm glad you're coming back.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you to
All
everyone.
right. Go ahead, Monica. I'm sorry. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to head out for one more commercial break. I actually think this is the last one. I must have played too many early. But we're going to do a commercial break and then we'll come back for our Q&A panel. This is a free for all as far as questions are concerned. Our host will, kind of lead us into all of that as far as which questions. So next face you see after this ad will be me introducing everyone, all of our presenters, all of our authors, and that would be an opportunity for you all to get some more questions in, and of course stack up those questions because I'm taking account. I got a list right here of who getting these prizes. All right, so we will be right back after this next ad, and this is a good one. I love this
Tune in to a conversation with Mose.
Good morning and welcome to another conversation with Mose. And as always, I pray life is treating you well wherever you are in the world and that you're one day closer to your dreams coming true. And it wouldn't be a podcast if I didn't start out with a poem from one of my books. And this is from my book, The Joy Experience, where you can find where books are sold. And this poem is called Morning Coffee. Morning thoughts, morning prayers, morning kisses, morning sex, morning rain, morning sun, morning joy. Nothing like my morning coffee. I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope you guys do have something that bring you joy. I want to talk about how to support a creative person in your life. That musician, that songwriter, that poet, that painter, artist, that creative person. And I want to first start by saying that most creatives like to work for themselves. Their goal is to work and do what they love and love what they do. Um, Speaking for myself, I've always just wanted to do what I love and get paid to do it. So, but I just want to have different suggestions, like even on social media, click the love button. The like button is cool, but the love button is cooler. And share that with your friends and make a comment about it. Write a review on Amazon or Barnes and Noble or wherever your favorite, bookstore is. You could call a bookstore and request a book just to build up momentum. And my thing is, there's different ways to support a creative person without necessarily spending money.
Tune into a conversation with Mose wherever you listen to podcasts. And let's get back to the show.
All right, everybody. So we are back. As I said, we're going to get into our Q&A, and I'm loving the fact that I took a little extra time here and there, and we are still on schedule. So we ain't going to keep y'all all night. Plus, I think I'm going to have a celebratory moment and go to the juke joint after this. So let's pull in our awesome co-host once again. We have Ms. Robin Easley with Pineapple Grenade by Robin, and Mr. J.D. Williams with the Sunday Tech Takeout. Get plugged in. Y'all ready to get into this real good conversation?
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. And I hope the audience is ready because y'all have some great questions that we can repeat if necessary. So let's pull in our authors. And what we're going to do, because I've said it on some occasions, this gets a little jumbled. As each person is addressing the audience, I will make them the largest person in the screen. And so to start off, I'm going to get Robin. Let me see if I get this right. Make it big. Oh, that's making me big. Okay. Oh, I see now. Okay, so we can't do it that way. All right, so we will come back to that's the one I want. All right, so Monica is I mean I'm sorry, not Monica, Robin, it's up to you till we get some questions from this audience who's just stunned into silence, I guess. So launch out with who you got their first question for.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions right now. Would you like me to go ahead and develop one and get us
Yeah, go
started?
ahead. No, go ahead with any questions you have yourself.
Okay, perfect. So what is the irony behind Jabali's avatar condo and Uri's avatar being Azizi?
It's funny that it's once again, that's why I think this piece worked out so well because I didn't think about anything business wise. Honestly, I didn't think about any messaging, trying to tell nobody what to do, how to live, no history lesson, none of that. And it purely was just that he was the central character. And when I got to that place of, oh, your way is going to make an appearance and she needs a body, oh, how ironic would it be that this goddess decides to step into the body of a young boy, especially when it's established in the reading that the mothers, the women, are her fleshly manifestation. Those are the bodies she usually inherit, takes over or takes on. And so it was also the irony. Now, the irony that was planned was that I wanted the father to see, and I'm not going to get into it because I want to read the book, but I wanted the father to see that his son, who he thought was the worst warrior, actually turned out to be the best one out of everybody, even toppling his own record.
And he really humbled him, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he did. He humbled them all. And to be honest, by extension, he did because it was your way in his body. So, yeah, great question.
I thought that was an amazing piece. Thank you for setting the tone for this. Just the theme in comparison to the blood, I feel like it's more triumphant for us. I feel like in the blood, there was more traumatic experience where people didn't necessarily get over the hump of healing. But I feel like in this piece, we have a celebration of who we are. And Ure's warning was just this celebratory piece that brought about mankind and humanity and, our dynamics of family. I just enjoyed it. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to bring up JD to see if he got any questions while we're waiting to see if the audience got anything else. JD, who you got a question for?
So most of my questions was geared towards Dr. Tamara because of the fact that we relate on a lot. But this question is for Ken. I know that some of your inspiration was R.L. Stein and Christopher Pike, which was, oh my God, I used to go to book fairs just to pull those books out and just read them all the time. And you've been writing since 2007. What gave you your inspiration to start writing?
God has a plan for everybody, and even though I'm grateful for every opportunity that He's given me, early on in my career, I faced a number of layoffs and things like that, and I'm like, okay, and God, I know this is not your best for me, so you speak to me, tell me, I'll listen. And I've always been good at telling stories, and for many years writing was something that I thought that I would take up after retiring. But maybe that's not the case. If I truly do have a calling, I believe it is to write. So knowing that God has a call in my life and knowing that, I believe that my storytelling is what I am truly meant to do.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to Graffiti Park because I'm a really big fan of crime drama series like Law and Order, stuff like that. So those and James Patterson, like all those kind of books. So I am looking forward to the Graffiti Park that's to come.
Thank you.
So that brings us back to Robin.
Yes.
And who do you have a question for?
I have a question for Renee.
All right, just a second.
Hey, Miss Renee.
Hey.
So I just want to congratulate you on being published twice for your work, My House Cried Tears. Can you please tell us how you did it?
Oh God, wasn't me. Because I rejected a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
But my purpose is to tell my story and to be as transparent as possible because you never know how it may help somebody else. We go through a lot of things and we suffer in silence. And in our suffering in silence, we think we're the only one who go through the things that we go through. And so in the book and doing it twice, it's just a reveal of all the things I've experienced and to let somebody know if I can do it, you can too. I've overcome a whole lot of things. And age is not a factor. I'm 62 and I'm still learning to do things. So you're not bound by your age. You're not.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
your tragedies are treasures, whether we want to realize it or not. They help us to grow, they help us to learn, they help us to empower and improve ourselves. So it was all God. It wasn't me because I rejected it a lot. I did. I put up a good old fight, but he wouldn't let me rest. So, after he won't let you rest, you got to get up and do what you got to do.
Well, thank you for being available for the call when you finally were being obedient, Miss Renee.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. We'll talk to you later.
All righty.
All righty. So we got a question for everyone here. How was the process and what does it mean to be a part of this process?
Guess it looks like I go first.
You can help answer this question. Yes, Monica.
Okay, so for me, the process was a little bit terrifying. I've been working on this project now for at least 10 years. So it's really exhilarating to finally get it out there, get it under my belt, and now I'm ready to start working the rest of it.
You're ready to start doing what? I'm sorry. I didn't catch that last part.
Working on the rest of the book so that I can get it released also.
Yes. So as you are contributing author to the anthology from a Black perspective, what has been the process for you to insert this piece with others?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
What has been your experience when you started to contribute your piece, particularly to this anthology? Can you take us through the process of what made you want to, insert your piece here?
Well, after
Into the people?
After I purchased my first copy, author Crystal Renee is one of my sorority sisters, my ship, and she's just spoke so highly of all of this. She's always writing. So when Eddie approached me for this one, I finally was like, okay, you tried to get after me last time, and this time you moved it right. So let's go ahead and do this. It's very healing. Very.
Now, as you continue writing, Monica, are you looking forward to contributing more to anthologies like this?
I would love to. I think this was really amazing, and I just feel honored to be in this book with so many great authors. Like, I don't feel like I belong, so thank you to all of you.
Oh, you definitely belong. And I just think that each of you contribute so much that you don't have any idea. And your story in particular, it could touch any girl at heart and guy too. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did have another question. You have your novel's book cover coming out. Can you talk to us a little bit more about Mask? And are they going to be different from the other? I know that we talked about this a little bit earlier, but maybe you didn't expand on it.
So throughout the book, my goal is to have a different mask or a different type of mask for each each chapter or each shift in like phase of my life. I'm currently going through. I'm debating creating my own because I am an artist. But there's definitely going to be a different mask for every segment.
Well, looking forward to that being created and for the product to come out. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Eddie, it looks like we got a lot more going on in the chat. Somebody actually expressed that it's always inspiring to hear the stories of others. Since you're up, can you talk to us about what inspires you to be this mogul in your community?
Lover of words that I am. That was an interesting phrase. So, for the question that I think it's the same question about what's the inspiration outside of you or in dreams. I think it's left my screen now, but I and Robin,
mine too.
We've had this conversation. I feel like a quilter of sorts or a collage artist of stories. So
Yes.
I just, I go out in the world and I live a life, and I'm an insatiably curious person. I always have been, and so
Me too, girl.
I just observe things, and fact is stranger than fiction all the time, and so it's like some of the things I see, it's like, oh, I gotta write about that. I say that to like my close friends, they have heard me say that on several occasions. We're just out and about, we see something just wild. It's like, oh, I gotta write about that. So for me, my process is not so much in my dreams, because I really rarely wake up and remember my dreams, but it's in the stuff that I've seen in life. And I will, just take snips and, snippets and put them together and make an entirely different thing. Most of my work involves elements that are real somewhere, that I've seen or that I've lived or that I've heard about, read about, watched about, because the world is just this infinitely fascinating place. And so that's my process, kind of collecting scraps, putting them in my pocket, oftentimes for much, much later, and then one day pulling something out and being like, oh yeah, that thing, that will go great there.
Now, those images that you have embossed in your brain on a regular basis, and then you start to clip those into collage Ksenia, do you actually deal with the youth and adults to inspire them for how they actually process their thoughts and to make them in the world?
That's a good question. So when I am
or in their craft.
When you say deal with the youth and adults, you're talking about through my writing work, not through workshop facilitation, correct?
Well, both. Maybe both.
Well, we'll say through writing. When I write for adults, it's not illustrated, right? I'm painting pictures with their minds through my words, which means that my words have to be vivid enough for them to come up with something in their own imaginations that I ultimately directed. So, and anyone who knows me, I am purple prosed out. So I gotta like reel myself in with the imagery that I will evoke in my words when I'm writing for adults. When I'm writing for children, I do have illustrations. So I'm very, I am meticulous about thinking of the words to get my message across, because when I write for children, it's also educational. I really am, I'm deliberate about thinking of words that I can see in my head to get into an actual image. So I don't necessarily, I do want their imaginations running wild, but after I have kind of given them this literal live in color image to illustrate what I've written and the lesson that I've told. So I guess I do go to kind of two different places when I'm writing for different audiences.
That's interesting to learn, and especially when it has to do with children, because they don't understand what key drivers are. Like adults would, and some people who are adults don't even know that type of vocabulary, but you have the power to influence every day. So I appreciate you working in so many different facets of, fine art and literary art and just visual art. I mean, it's amazing. So I did have a question about the book covers for.
All right, we're gonna give JD a second to get back in. He's actually working on so many different things, and I apologize for having to cut Robin. We got to get JD out of here. JD, so we got a question here from the audience for Auntie Renee.
Okay. All right, Miss Auntie Renee, we have how did you understand your father's pathology as you got older? Like over the years, did you gain an understanding of your father's pathology?
I did. And I had to sit back and, and think about, revisit some things to understand his actions because he used to say all the time, I didn't come up the same way. And when I was coming up, because my mother was not alive when, he was a kid, she didn't train him. His family members shipped him from household to household. He used to hide out in the field barefooted and raggedy with clothes. And so those things start to replay over and over again. And one day I was just lying down and Lord was like showing me different things about my father's conversation he used to have with me. Then I started to the pieces of the puzzle together, all of his experiences that he went through, as tragic as they was, the missing piece was the love piece.
Yeah.
He didn't know how to show the emotions. He thought love was all about the financial aspect. It never had emotion because nobody in his past never showed him emotions. So he just kept recycling what he knew. He didn't know any different.
I can kind of relate to that because like in my family, we weren't expressive, especially when it came to love. It was mostly always about material things. And and I just recently started therapy, so trying to voice our feelings and stuff has was one of those things that were very hard. So we were sheltered. We sheltered a lot of feelings on the inside. We were angry, emotional, depressed. So I
Mhm.
do appreciate your transparency with this book because a lot of times we get fearful of speaking out because we thinking somebody is going to say maybe talk about us or whatever the case may be. But I do appreciate you answering that question.
I thank you.
Okay. And Ken, so this question is for you. How was the process of writing, and what does it mean to be a part of this process?
Uh, for me, the process of writing, you just start with an idea, talk about small beginnings. Uh, I forget which famous author said it, but it starts with a small intrigue of the mind, and it's your responsibility to grow it. And that's what I try to do. Sometimes I have a vague thought, try to get try to get it down, grow it, add your characters, add your conflict, add your feelings, whatever it is you're trying to convey to the reader and even to yourself sometimes. But being a part of this process for this particular anthology, the two pieces that I've chosen, they both deal with closure in a way. Just as you've heard in some of these pieces, people dealing with things from their past, and they just both fit together for what it is I was trying to convey as far as having things close out in our lives and moving on, learning and growing. But my whole writing process I'm still developing it, to be honest with you. I'm still learning. I've written some good pieces and put some words down on paper, but it's an ongoing thing. The whole process is still evolving within me. So it's kind of hard to answer that question because I'm still learning the process as I go through all of this. So
Yeah, it's always a learning process, especially when you're in the creative field, because sometimes your mind may be in this place and then it goes
exactly.
somewhere else, and then you may get an idea from somewhere else. So it is all about learning the process. But thank you for answering that question.
Thank you.
And Eddie, this question is for you. How was the process, and what does it mean to be a part of this process?
Well, wow, loaded question for me, the publisher, right? For one thing, and I said this when we did the event last time, that for some time I've taken off the writer's hat and just focused on the publishing, getting other voices out as many as possible. For anybody who does not know, I already have 3 books out. It's no boast, but just saying that priority wise for me as the publisher, as a writer, it was about, getting more people out. So I said, hey, how can we do that as quick as possible? And for me, this is a dream come true. I've said it in the publisher's note on several occasions that I've always wanted to be a part of the Harlem Renaissance. For anyone who's not familiar with it, Google. It's wonderful. But the main thing to know is that it was a collection, a collective of primarily Black creatives, poets, writers, musicians that came together and made a movement with their art. They use their art much in the way that Dr. Hill talks about in her piece, The Souls of Protest and Resistance, that they were doing everything they could through their art to inspire the people, to give them that energy to push back against oppression. And in a lot of respects, honestly, teaching them how to push back in a way that would be both beneficial to them and safe as possible for them. Because we still had the hoses, the dogs, and all that was still happening, regardless of the precautions that we took. But for me, that movement is something that is as almost eternal as you and I. We both from the church, so we know this. We talk about how God's word will never fail; it will never disappear; that it's going to last forever and ever and ever. That impression that they made, I believe, will make that impression not only in the Black community forever, but also for anyone that is looking at what they did. And so I wanted to I guess, mimic that in as much as possible with literature until we get to some other things. Especially talking with you, brother, because we can talk about a couple things that we want to do. Hint Black Music Month, June
Yeah.
2024. Let's get JD on the stage with a band. Y'all have no idea. This brother is good. Y'all saw him in that ad for Aswell Haswork and Love Sessions Orchestra. They play every night at the Freeman here in Dallas in the Deep Ellum neighborhood. And JD gets down on that mic. Y'all don't understand. Y'all just saw him shake the tambourine and a voiceover going over him. Y'all gotta hear the man sing. So that's something that JD and I have talked about. And but yeah, so that's ultimately what it was for me. It was very encouraging, very fulfilling. And that probably one of the biggest things is that when I started all of this, I wanted to publish other people, and I looked at, well, how do you do it with no money, without all these different resources I thought I needed to have. And with these 2 books and what we're going to do in the third, I was actually able to act as the traditional publisher in that everything was paid for, orchestrated by the company. And the exception being, and actually we did kind of work that out with a couple people, but the exception being that the authors, because they have their individual print mechanism and they have their individual streams of income, they do get their own books if they choose to sell them. And then outside of that, there is the passive mechanism of the fact that it's on Amazon. But hear me and hear me well, people. Yes, it's on Amazon, but in every case, just like with this shirt, find the creator, find the owner. When JD get to selling his music, find JD. Ask us how you want to purchase, or we want you to purchase, how you can support us the most. And in my case, that means go to Rainbow Room Publishing. Don't go to Amazon. And I purposely make the prices higher on Amazon, and you don't get an autograph. So you may as well come to me and get it done. But that goes for all of the authors that reach out to them, make sure and find out if they have a copy, a mechanism, especially when it comes to that Amazon link, because it's duplicated for all six of us. Well, we're still working on maybe two, but it's duplicated for all six of us. And so I would want to make sure that if you're going to buy from Ken and he says go to Amazon, don't use my Amazon link. Go to his Amazon link. The idea is that I'm allowing and not allowing, but trying to facilitate for them a stream of income so that they choose to publish something else, which they all have done. Boop, 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 boop. And so this is how they could potentially raise those funds. So yeah, for me, it's honestly, it's a dream come true. It's literally a dream come true.
Well, thank you for that. I remember the very first time, and I'm a end mine, but I remember I still have the very first book that you gave me. And I interviewed you. This was before the Sunday Takeout became anything. And so I really appreciate God for connecting us, because I've learned a lot, especially in the literary world, because I mean, I'm an avid reader, but there's so much more to know besides reading a book. So I really appreciate you giving me a different outlook on actual reading and understanding, because a lot of people read and then don't comprehend. But there have your book gave a lot of insight on our lifestyle and a lot of other things. So I do appreciate you for being that, and also my friend. So yeah.
Love you, brother. And I'm going to make sure everybody understands that, like I said before, this brother, y'all don't understand. He'll be on the stage singing, but he'll have a camera set up on the side that he has to go check every so often so that he can get the footage for the bands. And then on top of that, if y'all think I'm bad, well, not bad, but bad in a good way, Michael Jackson bad, with flooding y'all timelines and making sure y'all know what's going on. The plug. Sunday Takeout with brother JD Williams, and his given name, if you're trying to find him on Facebook, Jarrod, Jarrod Williams. Find this brother, get on that with them promotions. He helps me so much, especially when I'm doing something and I'm doing it in Dallas, and I need everybody in Dallas to know the surrounding environment. Honestly, the whole Southwest from some of the stuff I see him post. But we're going to allow him to get up out of here so he can go do all those amazing things he does. And before we get up out of here, I want to bring up all of the authors really quick, just so that they can, express their thanks to JD and wish him well. And so give me a second. I'm getting everybody up as far as the authors, and then we're going to swing back to Robin to help us to wrap up the Q&A. Any words that you want to leave? Actually, I'll call you all out to make it easy. Auntie, any words you want to leave for JD?
Thank you, JD. You've been very inspiring today.
Thank you.
Senya, anything?
Thank you so much, JD. I've appreciated the time we spent in this interview, and I appreciate you supporting me in the past with the interview. And I really, I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken.
JD, thank you so much. I believe you gave me a date and time that you will be in St. Louis performing, and I may just pop up, so we may actually get to meet face to face. So thank you so much for being a part of this, and it has been great. So I appreciate it. I really do.
Yeah. Yes, I'll be in St. Louis on the 28th of this month, and we perform on the 29th. So yeah,
Aswell?
hope to see you.
You in Aswell?
No,
Who is we?
I'm actually singing with somebody else this time.
Okay, make sure I know so that we can pub it for you.
I'll send you the info.
Because all of our college friends are in that area, so I'm gonna send all the people your way.
Oh yeah. I'll send you the
And just to the audience, this is networking, baby. These are relationships. These are real relationships, and this is how we support each other. This is how we get here. Monica, anything for JD before we let him go?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you've done for us, and don't be surprised if I send you a friend request.
Hey, no problem at all.
And baby, look, you want anything Monica makes. Trust me. Anything Monica makes. I was picking out the prizes for the people. And I was like, but I want that. And I want that. And I want, so me and Monica will be talking, and we'll talk about that later. But so I'm gonna bring all of the authors down. And JD, brother, go ahead and do what you do. I don't know if you're gonna be at the Freeman Body Chance tonight, but I'm going to check out Tricky Weather and our brother JD smacking on that bass. So we
Yeah,
will see you
I'm
soon.
coming after I sing in Lava Cantina. I'm coming after that.
Perfect. All right, brother. You be safe out there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Love, peace, blessings, and love infinitely. All right, folks. So let's get back with our other awesome co-host, Miss Robin. So, Robin, if you'll give me just a second here, because I got a little thrown off with the change that I had to make there. I'm going to pull up the next question I had here. And actually, let me explain this one because I just noticed a comment I missed. This question was actually meant to be for Monica, according to what I'm seeing in the background. So let's get Monica in and let her take this question really quick.
So, Monica, Miss Renee mentioned how she understood her father's pathology as she got older. Over the year, you gained an understanding of your father's pathology. I'm not sure that this is relevant to your story.
Okay, so is Jeremiah asking if I've grown to understand my father's pathology?
I mean, I think that we can use that question as relevant to your story, but I believe it was meant for Miss Renee. I'm sorry.
No, actually, the
No,
question
it's
was
okay.
written. It has Renee's name in it, but I'm looking at comments behind the scenes where they said that the question was actually meant for Renee or for Monica, but they accidentally typed in the question for with Renee's name. So we're looking for
Oh, okay.
Monica to give her feedback.
All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
So over the years, I've come to find out that my father, he was a very mentally unwell man. He was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Back then, he was being depressive. Um, I firmly believe that he was still even misdiagnosed with that because he was in the military. There were some things that happened or whatnot. Um, but overall, he was just a very unwell man, and so it gives a little bit of forgiveness room,
Mm-hmm.
but it does not excuse everything.
So at this time, do you feel like you're in a place of being able to have forgiven him because of his pitfalls?
I do, but I didn't forgive him or for anybody else. I forgave him for what I did
Yeah.
so that I could move forward.
And that's what it takes. We can't live our lives in misery. So we have to take what we have and be able to learn and grow from it. I'm proud of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we got one more for me.
Do you
Have
see
you
a
seen?
theme uniting the stories in the book, Eddie?
Honestly, in both books, in the whole series, the main focus was that, I always laugh and say that this is kind of like an appetizer sampler. It's a sampler of all these different perspectives and experiences of Blackness. And so that, first and foremost, was the unifying theme with the entire series, even what's going to happen with the third book coming in 2024. But as far as this one in particular, one thing that kept coming back to me was looking at Voyage. Once again, great job, Senya. And I thought about that slave ship, and I thought about the ups and downs of life. And even when I made my attempt to do a haiku at the front of the book, I talked about the idea of the queens rocking and the kings rolling, the idea of the ups and downs. And as I looked at all of the pieces and looked at them together, even before putting them in a certain order, honestly, what I started to do when I looked at all of the stories, it turned almost into chronological order, not just necessarily age, but looking at what was depicted in each story. So you go from mine over to Renee's, and she's bringing us, like I said, living history. She's talking to us about the assassination, the murder, excellent words. She's a writer of Dr. Martin Luther King. And then you move into Senior, then you move into Monica and Ken, who are all kind of in a similar time frame. And then, of course, as we talk about in our one-on-one, and you talk with Dr. Hill, the idea was that, okay, we looked at a lot of tragedy. We looked at some bright spots. Like I love what Renee did, especially. You read a title that says "My House Cried Tears," and you expect to go home and want to maybe slit your wrist. But she gave us so many nuggets of just that child innocence and that joy. Even as she said it, even as she knew she was going to get that whooping of a lifetime, she got to laugh of a lifetime, and then she turned around and shared it with us. But I wanted to end, like you said, on a celebratory note, on an affirming note, on a note that reminds us that for all of this that we've lived through, all that we've written, all that the authors have lived through and written, there are still moments of joy, there are still triumphs to be celebrated, and there are more triumphs to come down the line.
Thank you for your answer on that, Eddie.
All right. And let me get up out of there. And we got another great question, honestly, here for everybody. So we're going to go back to Renee with this one. And if I could get my mouse to work.
It always amazes this commenter when they hear how creatives are inspired. Do you all find your best inspirations in what happens outside of yourself, i.e. experiences or internally dreams? This is something that was touched on by Senya as well. Feel free to answer how you would.
I do. I think life is a lesson lived and learned. Every day you go through some things, lessons are taught. When my son was deceased, that was a lesson. When my father was murdered, it was a lesson. When my mother died of pancreatic cancer, that was a lesson. To being drugged was a lesson for me. It makes you, it molds you, it builds you, and it teaches you. So yeah, your experiences do shape who you are and help you to be creative or inspire you in your creativity.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Same question for Senior.
Oh, I took that one already, Eddie.
So Senior, you answered this one already? I'm sorry. Oh, you did. I'm sorry. It's just that much going on back here. Y'all have no idea. Let's move to Ken for this one then.
Well, as an author, I would say yes. It is based on experiences. I pull from wherever I can to put stories together. With these two pieces, I use something that my grandmother said years ago. That was an experience. I pulled that in to tell a story. Graffiti Park, I always say it has two parents. One was from a Neil Gaiman chapter of a book called The Graveyard Book. The Witch's Headstone was a chapter in a book that he has called The Graveyard Book. And it was about a witch. So that's one story that I used for Graffiti Park. Another one comes from a TV show called, I can't think of the name of it right now, but in this story, there is a man in a park that gets robbed, and then they take all of his clothes, and then he runs into a bag lady in the park. She gives him a superhero outfit. And then he goes, finds, and beats up the people who robbed him. So that was something that I was able to use, not necessarily an experience of mine, but just something that I was able to pull in to tell my own story of kind of fantasy, so to speak. But yeah, my experiences, whatever I can get and pull in to tell a story, that is what I'll do. So.
Well, I appreciate both your stories, as I've talked to you about before, and we can't wait to see more stories around similar themes like Geraldine and Graffiti Park. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and let Renee answer that one as well. I'm sorry, let her answer this one. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Why did I celebrate the completion of the book? I said, thank you, Jesus, I can breathe. And I went to Ober Weiss and got me a shirt.
Yes.
I hear you, Auntie, because look, I love to do stuff like this, and if I can go out and have dinner, if I can go out and have music and even a bevy, adult bevy, I'll be honest. But sometimes it is just, hey, I'm gonna go get this last slice of leftover pizza and warm it up and drink this Coke and say thank you, Jesus. So I got that from you, I guess. All right, thank you. Let's move to one final question that we're gonna let a couple people take, and then we're gonna get a last question, last commercial, and we're gonna wrap things up. Let's see. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and let Monica answer this one, and that'll wrap us up.
How did I celebrate?
Yes,
Karaoke.
Monica.
Always karaoke.
That's one of your favorite things?
That's the only thing that I do that involves me leaving my house because I don't people well.
Well, we'll have to consider that for our meetup. I love karaoke.
Yes, let's do it.
What song did you sing?
Either Killing Me Softly or Zombie or Tennessee Whiskey. No, I'm lying to you. Change is gonna come. Those are the ones I sing all the time.
Those are all classics, Monica. Thank you.
Girl, I told her I'm taking notes from her. The karaoke, anybody that's been paying attention to the karaoke I've done recently, that was literally my first 3 times ever at karaoke. I've always been too scared. Auntie Renee can tell y'all I was scared to sing at church. They got me to do I think each church I've been at, they got me to do one solo. And baby, when I tell you I get so triggered thinking about that. But it's just different on that karaoke stage. Thank you, Monica. So we're going to actually go out to our last ad, and this will be the reminder for the prizes. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and call you all out now. And those of you that are still present, pay attention to the ad so that you can make your selections of what prize you want. Because trust me, I'm ready to get to that post office, give y'all another little hop along original. As I'm there. Probably won't be dribbling the book between my legs this time. But we're going to ride out with this ad, and we will be right back to wrap things up.
Yo, TR, you made this one?
Everything I'm manifesting, baby. Yeah. Life been up and down, round and round and go. Live it with a smile, even with a frown for my mood. Yeah, I keep my distance, keep track of all my good friends, and everything I'm manifesting is already on the way. Yeah, it's already on the way. Yeah, it's already on the way. It's already on the way. All the things that I've been saying.
I pray all my niggas' dreams reach reality. Where they imagination, they only boundary, no cap. Where they can pick and choose their salary. Cause for as long as I can think back, I remember us doing malice things. How the fuck you plan to be great without a strategy? Sitting in the house playing Madden and smoking rappery. Anything is possible, nigga, your mind's a masterpiece. The break contains every fabric you need to make a tapestry shit. I got NERD tatted in 06, then I got a chest of work for real. I don't pray to the universe, I'm Christian, but I speak it into existence shit. It's real. Yeah. You gotta believe in yourself, dog. Positive energy never fails. You gotta believe in yourself, Mom, and have faith in line with God's will. You're way too blessed to be stressing. Every single loss is a lesson. Never judge yourself on another nigga progress. Just work towards perfection. Master your talent. Learn the time manage. Walk in your greatness. Find your balance. Conquer your weakness through disciplined habits. Dream big, my nigga. Wake up and go grasp it. Cause everything you dream, shit, you already have it.
Yeah, it's already on the way. Yeah, it's already on the. Life been up and down, round and round and go. Live it with a smile, even when a frown for my mood. Yeah, I keep my distance, keep track of all my good friends. And everything I'm manifesting is already on the way.
Cause everything you dream
is already on the way. Yeah, it's already on the way. It's already on the way. All the things that I've been saying.
It's already on the way like I called it. Can be running from the front like a ball it. When it's showtime to stunt, oh y'all prepared. Oh hell yeah, like Steve Austin said. Why you think a young nigga wanna floss a bit? So I'm grateful for when times is hard as shit. Pops told me keep living, they'll come some more. But the last time I turned to a warrior, but the last time I turned my heart to stone. Trust no folks just as far as you can throw. Life has an expiration, so no I can't waste it. As hard as I be going, I ain't turning down nothing but my collar. I got a few small circles I'm sharing on my gems, but it's kinda like I'm playing man collar. It's a few cold MCs I'm sharing on my hymns, but the rest gon' have to come up off the collar. And it is personal, I'm picky who I break bread with. So it's really a compliment. And honest days work for some honest men. 200 hooks been a fun to dream. Then 12 more songs, they gon' call me him. Forecasted it in the 20 teens. And now it's unfolding like accordions. Sharp in the sound with my iron team. Now we tuned up like accordions. Wrote it all down and we brought it in. Now it's just
already on the way. Yeah, now it's just already on the way. Yeah, now it's just already on the life. Been up and down, round and round it go. It goes with a smile, even with a frown for my yeah, I keep my distance, keep track of all my good friends. And everything I'm manifesting is already on the way.
Cause everything you dream, you already have. Don't even dream.
It's
already on the way.
It's already on the way. All the things that I've been saying.
Lots of money, a little competition. Why would you not want to make money with this app? That app is called Audible. It's created by Amazon.
I just wanna be enough. Yeah. Yeah. There ain't nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, girl. I've been working on my trust, it feels good with you, girl. Girl, I wanna open up for you. Leave the mothers in the dust for you. I just wanna be enough. I just wanna be enough. I'll take loyalty over love. You're my dopamine, baby drug. I'd fly under seas and above. Half 1,000,000 men, this ain't enough.
Put in OT for your love. I play 1-on-1 for your heart. You ain't gotta check me up, it's your ball. If you need me, I'm just a call. There ain't nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, boy. I've been working on my trust, it feels good with you, boy. I wanna open up for you. Leave the mothers in the dust for you. I just wanna be enough.
Cause baby, you enough.
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 You enough.
Baby, 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 you enough.
There ain't nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, girl. I've been working on my trust, it feels good with you. Girl, I wanna open up.
Open up.
Be the mothers in the dust. I just wanna be enough.
put a little funk in this open libation. Changing the booth, ready for any occasion. Flow 100 proof, but that ain't what I be drinking. Feeling my groove, but that ain't what I be banging. I rip it like Snoop when I lose, I'm a Laker. Woman so bad to be mad that I hate her. No, I wasn't playing. I didn't calm down a bit. I'm never chilling on the bars. I got round to spit. I said, look what you created. Thank you if you prayed it. Flip the birthday, any note who said I wouldn't make it. These ruins I've been ruining. Cause me to pursue a prince. Treat me like a martyr when I speak, I'm having turbulence. Not your favorite rapper, don't have a genre, I'm suited in. Diverse dialect, tell me which one you want me to prove it in. Critics side proving him. Still got more is true, but the way I plot and move it them. Got a couple spools when you holding knowledge, fools gold, turn to fool with thought. Long as you learning them lessons, ain't no way you take a loss. And whether the winning weather is cold or Cali as ever, you gotta give them the heat. Then isolate till you spread it. And once the influence greater than you, now it's indebted, they addicted to the favors you do. Giving them blessings to create it, put the greatest in you. Go ahead and let it go. Come back 100-fold. That's how you pay it forward. Haters gon' ask around and then talk about what they see. Hey, but just remember this one thing, people don't know your life, nah. And I never let it stress me out, I just hold it down and stay G. Hey, now look at me and my team, how we put a little funk in this open libation. Changing the booth, ready for any occasion. Flow 100 proof, but that ain't what I be drinking. Feeling my groove, but that ain't what I be banging. I rip it like Snoop when I lose, I'm faking. Woman so bad, they be mad that I date her. No, I was a player, I didn't calm down a bit. I'm never chilling on the bars, I got round to spit. Oh, I got round to spit, boo. Let's take it down a notch or two, cause you intoxicate me. I should probably be in AA, baby. Ooh, I'm addicted to you. Look, and every time I'm falling off, you help me to bounce back. And my ego ain't too big to admit that. I'm just going down the list of my give backs. We all get to your slander without a diss track. I'm trying to keep my karma clean, armored up, talk to God, praise up. None of these new rappers talk about shit, so I'm OT in the pool till these rappers all quit. The beat so tapped, it's never gon' clear. That's why you would not hear this on the album of the year. But if Jimmy Iovine decided to lend me his ear, then maybe we could do something to competition to fear. Generational wealth, what I'm wanting to build. Throw me into the lab and lock me in with a fair. Henny is all I sip, give me honey and patience. Now watch me while I put a little funk in this open libation. Changing the pool, ready for any occasion. Go 100 food, but that ain't what I be drinking. Feeling my groove, but that ain't what I be banging. I really like Snoop when I lose, I'm a Laker. Woman so bad, they be mad that I date her. No, I was a player, I didn't calm down a bit. I'm never chilling on the bars, I got round to spit. Oh. Open libation, changing the booth, ready for any occasion. Flow 100 proof, but that ain't what I be drinking. Feeling my groove, but that ain't what I be banging. I rip it like Snoop when I lose, I'm a Laker. Woman so bad, they be mad that I date her. No, I was a player, I didn't calm down a bit. I'm never chilling on the bars, I got round to spit. Put a little funk in this open libation, changing the booth, ready for any occasion. Flow 100 proof, but that ain't what I be drinking. Feeling my groove, but that ain't what I be banging. I rip it like Snoop when I lose, I'm a Laker. Woman so bad, they be mad that I date her. No, I was a player, I didn't calm down a bit. I'm never chilling on the bars, I got round. Put a little funk in this open live. Changing the pool, ready for a near. Flow 100 pool, but that ain't what I be. Feeling my groove, but that ain't what I be banging. I rip it like Snoop when I lose, I'm a Laker. Woman so bad, they be mad that I date her. No, I was a player, I didn't calm down a bit. I'm never chilling on the bars, I got round to spit. Oh, I got round to spit. Ooh, let's take it down a notch or two, cause you intoxicate me. I should probably be in AA, baby. Ooh, I'm addicted to you. I'm addicted to you.
chicken from Popeyes.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
See, I be on another level with you. They go way past your sex game. But right now, I wanna tell you the truth. It's the only thing that's on my brain. I ain't never got a bag for me. Girl, you always keep it wet for me. Got me running out of breath. Let me catch it, then I'm right back in the game. Tell you what I need to know, what I wanna know. If it's feasible, to get your keys and go. So Wednesday night, you know I got a show. We can work it out. Text you in a minute with the address where I'm staying at. You can meet me there. I bring a magnum rapper. When I hit the door, it's lights, camera, action, girl. You know I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be grabbing those zips with a super tight grip while I'm putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. Got a handful of hips while I'm licking those lips. I be putting in work. When I hit it, I kill it. Premeditated. Got you walking a little different. You know you shaking. Girl, I love when you hit me. Your nickname is Coffee. Your caffeine's my pick-me-up. Ooh, you know what I mean. Stirring that stick in your cream. You ain't never got a question. Every time I hit, I'm coming with the extras. Now I know this went from texting on the phone to coming to my home, taking off your thumb, but I still wanna feel your mind and soul. Let me cook you dinner in a movie. Let you talk about the things you're pursuing, but truly, all I can think about right now. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be grabbing those hips with a super tight grip while I'm putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. Got a handful of hips while I'm making those lips. I be putting in work.
Anytime, all the time, overtime. You know I'm down to stick you like a porcupine. And you know I work the people like I'm on the clock. And I be running through them walls like a juggernaut. I ain't pretty boy Floyd, but I love the box. You got a nigga on 1,000,000 watts. Get the kitty wet enough to flood the block, and then I put my face in it like a snorkel mine. Tell me how you want it, I can give you all of that. So you feel it in your soul when you watch your back. So I'm trying to lay you down like a domino. Your girl wanna play too, we can audible. Swear to God, I got enough for all of you. And real shit, girl, you know I promise you that right now it's all yours. I work that pussy like a chore, so need I say more? I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be grabbing those hips with a super tight grip while I'm putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. Got a handful of hips while I'm licking those lips. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be grabbing those hips with a super tight grip while I'm putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. I be putting in work. Got a handful of hips while I'm licking those lips. I be putting in work.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Do you care that I've been trying to plot and start this revolution? Been trying to figure how to do it through this music. All the seeds I planted seem like they be fruitless, and I gave a fuck about what you said. Even changed my style up, cater to this new shit. Been trying to put the gifts I got to all these uses, but when I drop, how many views hit? Should I say screw this? Came back to the town I left 9 years ago to pursue the passion burning deeply in my soul. I've been trying to put in that work, but can you tell me what is work? Who cares anyway? You know it's kinda hopeless when most of all your closest friends shoulders get the coldest. Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Dropping all my coldest shit, nobody to notice it, nobody promoting it. Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Now I've been out here trying to get it.
Met people who ain't with the same vision I was kicking. See, I can only make some real music with my real ones. These nursery rhyme rappers trying to collab, no, I don't feel them. Need substance. On 100 niggas thought I was bluffing. I wasn't. Listen and you'll see what I'm discussing. The link be in my bio, but I swear I'm getting slept on. When I be gassing tracks, it's like I own an Exxon. Ooh, I think I'm reaching my limit. I thought bidding on this one would make me feel a little different, but it hasn't done a thing. My feelings ain't no change. I was gonna spit it, but I know they feel it when I sing. So who cares? Do you care that this project won't go viral no matter who shares? That I'm bodying my rivals on these acoustics, and they can't even offer 2 cents. Some true shit. Who cares anyway? You know it's kinda hopeless when most of all your closest friends' shoulders get the coldest. Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Dropping all my coldest shit, nobody to notice it, nobody promoting it. Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? You know it's kinda hopeless when most of all your closest friends' shoulders get the coldest. Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? Dropping all my coldest shit, nobody to notice it, nobody promoting it. Who cares anyway? Who cares anyway? They left me for dead, but I'm still. I said they left me for dead. Yeah. They left me for dead, but I'm still. I rose from the grave, but I ain't your savior. I handled a couple things, so this could be clay here. This music and this bread, I get something to bank here. I'm headed straight for the bag if you had a vague here. It's brought up in this plan that we made tailored. Took a while to get the team right. It was makeshift, had a dream I was king. Like on a day shift, had a so-called queen, right? She was fake-ish, never slandered the name. She couldn't say the same shit. Had a damaging brain, and then you in the statement. When I separate ways, I really felt the weight. Now I'm strong, got a wall up higher than the one in China. Any nigga, I am food of mine, I'll put them on a diet. Take the tea off and I promise you I will not end it quietly. I only aspire to a higher being. Excuse me as a fire breathe. Ooh, they left me for dead. They should've aimed for the head. Who knew to come up was here? They did not think it was real. Ooh, cause they left me for dead. They left me for dead. Ooh, they left me for dead. They should've aimed for the. They tell me I wasn't cold, so I gave him a warm December. Told me I wasn't hungry, I gave him the middle finger. Lighting them up with verses like lightning, light up the earth. It's one thing if you move with purpose, 2 things if you've been rehearsing, 3 things if you claim certainty. Flirting with this Georgia peach, I didn't learn to drew conclusions, moving what's in store for me. Trapped in the road, exploiting D and all who share story genes. Second class citizens, the bloody past of royalty. Now I own some royalty, now I own some publishing. Now instead of owner, I own some intellectual property. Fuck if it was misunderstood, I don't say shit properly. Duck, you know them shots don't feel good, that's not dopamine. Know that the words don't feel like they should if you approaching me. Long as you can hold your beat, I'ma flow this poetry. Did it since the age of 3. Do it till I'm dead. If you wanna kill me, then you gotta aim for the motherfucker. Ooh, cause they left me for dead. They should've aimed for the head. Who knew to come up was here? They did not think it was real. Ooh, cause they left me for dead. They left me for dead. Ooh, they left me for dead. They should've aimed for the. Yeah. They should've aimed for the. They should've aimed for the. Yeah. shoulda aimed for the. They shoulda aimed for the. They shoulda aimed for the. Yeah. They shoulda aimed for the. They shoulda.
Hey, check this out. So I stopped buying random lotto tickets and started doing this instead. You've probably heard that winning the lottery is all about luck, right? You might think it's impossible to ever win big, or believe that you'll be in debt forever, and so will your kids. But what if I told you that's not true at all? What if I told you there's a simple method you can use that could actually help you play better, and it has nothing to do with luck? Sounds too good to be true, right? That's what I thought too, until I heard about this US mathematician who said he cracked the code. He won 5 times in 3 months and never played the lotto before.
Yeah. 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 It's blood in the water. So I be outside on my fish high.
Check it.
But can you tell me why?
I seen a black man die right before my eyes, and I couldn't even cry.
Oh, why?
Why? Cause I'm numbing on the edge, feeling like I'm next, so I pray for every breath.
Oh God, why?
Man down in the streets, no justice, no peace. From 11 to 13, I never fuck with police. I'm tied to the streets, I love them like they love me.
Oh, why? We know that we equal, but we want equity, so why? We don't get access to the resource that put you in the lead, oh why? Must I see my brothers die, can you tell me? Why?
And the world been going loco, so I've been on my solo. Ever since the police shot killed my little bro. Always on the run, live and die by the gunshot. 19 times, he was only 21.
There's blood in the water. Police out here, dog, all us. So I be outside on my fist high, pressing my line for the caution.
Kids with sticks and drums, they need a band now. No fingerprints, no funds, don't need a handout. Child of the ghetto, you can play it like a cello. To them strings get pulled, God looking like Geppetto.
I'm from the mud, so my guard up. Walking with a target, on to the target. We be outside with our hands high. Can you tell me why?
I seen a black man die right before my eyes, and I couldn't even cry.
Oh, why?
Cause I'm numbing on the edge, feeling like I'm next, so I pray for every breath.
Oh God, why?
Man down in the streets, no justice, no peace. From 11 to 13, I never fuck with police. I'm tied to the hood, I know I'm forever good.
Oh, why? We know that we equal, but we want equity, so why? We don't get access to the resource that put you in the lead, oh why? Once I see my brothers die, can you tell me why? Oh why? We know that we equal, but we want equity, so why? We don't get access to the resource that put you in the lead, oh why? Once I see my brothers die, can you tell me? I don't wanna see my brothers why? It's blood in the water. So I be outside on my fish high.
Check it.
But can you tell me why?
I seen a black man die right before my eyes, and I couldn't even cry.
Oh, why?
Cause I'm numbing on the edge, feeling like I'm next.
Yeah. It's we. Future to the past. It keep going. Whoever never had. It keep going. You mad. It keep going. We keep going. It keep going. Future to the past. It keep going. They killed another black man. It keep going. So man. It keep going either way. We keep going either way. It keep going either way. We keep going. Way life gon' keep going. Take it easy like I'm free throwing. Hurt life tough like deep frozen. Black life cold like deep frozen. MVP like D Rose, but I rep SC like D Rosen. Prejudice against my people, so it's NAH like P Rosa. Decoding white American privilege. They tell his story, not our story. We built with no benefits, still serve longer sentences. And Ricky Jackson was innocent, spent 39 years in a pen. Can't get the time back they took from him, nah. Believe that. Organize your people. 501c3 write off some of that income. I swear that's them Protestant secrets. Doing at least a century. May have missed the lesson, but let's teach it to the future. It keep going. Haven't never had. It keep going. You mad. It keep going. We keep going. It keep going. Future to the past. It keep going. They killed another black man. It keep going. So ooh, man. It keep going. We keep going. It keep going. Either way, we keep going.
Can't stop, won't stop. Bad boy on a revolt. Liberation and new wave. Tucson on a speedboat. Just keep going, can't stop now. In an uprise with the top down. Have to get some Nat Turners. My other brothers like John Brown now. Rebellious, melanated, you jealous. Black history embellished. So that's your story you telling. Can't believe that, so we leave that. Where it be at? Confederate dead. Ready for war like a veteran head. But CEO sounds better instead. Yeah.
Believe that. Organize your people. 501c3 write off some of that income. I swear that's them Protestant secrets. Doing at least a century. May have missed the lesson, but let's teach it to the future. It keep going. Haven't never had. It keep going. You man. It keep going. We keep going. It keep going. Future to the past. It keep going. They killed another black man. It keep going. So ooh, man. It keep going. We keep going. It keep going. Either way, we keep going. Either way, you keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Sales are hard to make, but royalties, on the other hand, are not. Let me explain. My name is Charlotte Mickelson, and we help everyday people grow their income with this one simple method.
Oh, damn it, my eyes, Lord, the weather changing. I'm so high that the sky, Lord, I'm feeling dangerous. It's a matter of time, no, so I've been patient. For these duckies to rise up, you gotta save them. So I'm paying my ties up, yeah, I've been praying. They've been trying to disguise us, no liberation. That's why I'm keeping my eyes low, I'm watching haters. Nose down to the grindstone, my knee been scraping, it's crazy. I go on another warm December, but I wrote this in October cause I predicted the temperature. It ain't no other way to go, ain't nobody giving shit out. Hold it down on your own toes, go. Make a plan, follow through, build a team, hold them down, make sure that you follow suit. Going to, said you been going to, going way too. I take long walks to clear my thoughts. Magical thumb strokes on lighted canvas, how I paint my art. Elaborate mezzanines, crescendo from like the dark. Rough handling tambourines like grandma in 94. My microphone and my team, the band they play here before. No, I ain't buy you no drink, girl, that's the guy on guitar. Or ask them niggas in VIP, you know they buy in the bar. You wanna be entertained without incurring the cost, girl, don't be unreal with your dreaming. This world is capitalistic, cannibalistic. Just pay close attention to the propositions on that ballot. I might be late cause I waited to style it, but I never give you shit. Music, you don't have to doubt it. I got fake people showing fake love, trying to creep. They be asking what about your friends? This ain't TLC. I ain't chasing waterfalls, falling water chasing me. Even elements know we always in the place to be. What's that? Hey, on yet another warm December, but I wrote this in October cause I predicted the temperature. Ain't no other way to go, ain't nobody giving shit out. Hold it down on your own toes, go hard. Make a plan, follow through. Build a team, hold it down, make sure that you follow suit. Going too hard, yeah. I said I'm going too, yeah. Too hard. I'm talking concrete. Frozen jungle, them starving streets. It's a food chain, they praying you hang at arm's reach. They clapping to pawns me. Those caskets, his mom's weak. And it's hard with the pressure pressed upon me. In the midst of this, dealing with mama's complications, facing death and revelations. We came up like elevations, rose like a thorn, just to be cut like compilations. Word declared the convocation, life is what you make it. Made it off the pavement, told to be patient, but fuck that, not no more. Dr. Chopper on my shot with third eye on go. Twisting ganja like a lock of me and by God smoke off of the lava chief rock the Lord. I gotta keep rocking. They gon' say what they wanna say. I just listen to differences. They get in positions they couldn't play and get burnt, nigga. Toasted with no jelly, elusive as Machiavelli. Grind heavy, forever pursuing of the thing. On yet another warm December, but I wrote this in October cause I predicted the temperature. It ain't no other way to go, ain't nobody giving shit out. Hold it down on your own toes, go hard. Make a plan, follow through, build a team, hold them down, make sure that you follow suit. Going too hard, said you've been going too going way too hard. Damn, in my eyes, Lord, the weather changed. I'm so hot at the sky, Lord, I'm feeling dangerous. It's a matter of time, Lord, so I've been patient. For these junkies to rise up, you gotta save them. So I'm paying my ties up, yeah, I've been praying. They've been trying to disguise us, no liberation. That's why I'm keeping my eyes low, I'm watching haters. Nerves down to the grindstone, my knee been scraping, it's crazy. I go too hard. Too hard.